Welcome to J is for Justice podcast. If live breaking news and following true crime is your thing, then please consider subscribing to my channel. And if you like what you see in my videos, please consider giving them a thumbs up.
Hey everyone, welcome back. Welcome back to J is for Justice. My name is Jay. I am your host. If you're new here, please consider subscribing. And hit the like button for me, please. It's been one heck of a day. How are you guys today? It's a typical, oh no, I forgot to look at your other account. I'll look after the live. I'm so sorry. Fuck. So sorry. I forgot to look. Hey, Alabama. Good to see you. Mrs. O. And Cole, happy birthday tomorrow. And thanks for wishing my son a happy birthday. My son, my oldest, is 30 today. And it's just been a weird day for me. Good to see all of you. I'm glad that I'm here. I'm glad you're here. And I'm glad that Penny Farthing became a member today. Thank you so much, Penny. Hey, Crimes. Hey, Sarah. Hey, Betty. B. Williams. Good to see you. Blondie. Come on in. I can't say I've got my grandkids. Oh, Rhonda, enjoy your grandkids. Thanks for stopping in. Java Jones. Hey, Teresa. So we're going to get into more of these documents tonight. Thank you, Fire. Good to see you. Yeah, the big 3-0. It's hard to believe. Hey, Jojo. Hey, Sherry Lynn. I promise I'll look after this, Sarah. Lindsay is in the house. Hey, Prudy Stars. Kind of a scary night last night with the tsunami warnings, huh? Good afternoon, Evelyn. Hello, Speedy. Thank you, Harley. So we left off last time on 200 and we're on 201. Yeah, 30 years ago, I was laying in a hospital bed going, oh my God, I think I'm going to die. I'm just kidding. No, it was pretty traumatic. Your baby will be 34 this September. It's crazy, isn't it? Bad Goose, it's good to see you. Hi, Newfie. My baby was 30 on the 19th. Hi, Laura. Hi, Kat. Good to see you guys. Mr. Mike. Is It's Me Mike here yet? I swear It's Me Mike. He knows a lot about this case. He kind of scares me sometimes. Hi, Jamie. There's my Sherry baby. Hey, Sherry baby. Hey, Snazzy. So I'm hoping we can get through all these tonight. That's what I'm hoping. That's what I'm hoping. Hey, Micro and Erica and Raven. Come on in, guys. Your baby will be 38, Pam J. No way. How does that even happen? Right, make it stop. But he had a good day. He worked today. What a responsible man. Hey, Boston Simp. What's up, Ministry and Crime? Thanks for hitting the like button on your way in. Kansas and RLR. Good to see you. No need to rewind, Blessed. We just started. You haven't missed a thing. B, no, that's my middle son. That's Ryan. He's going to be 27 in about a month. Mm-hmm. They grow up way too fast. Hi, Snowflakes. Just started snoring. Or storming. Sorry, you're going to be snoring. That's what I meant. Ah. Thank you, Rag. All right, well, welcome in Pink October and Pretty in Pink. We're going to start with number 201. We're just going to get right back into it. Lawrence Mowry, TikTok Koberger warrant. So on January 24th, 2023, a warrant was applied for with the user information of Brian Koberger with the following identifiers, which are blanked out. And then we go down and he got the files back. And it says, the email received from TikTok also stated, please note that after a diligent search, we are unable to locate any TikTok accounts associated with the identifiers blank at gmail.com or blank at desales.edu or blank. In reviewing the contents, I found the account subscriber information of username blank, sign up date 11/18/22 after the murders, sign up IP, and the sign up method was Google. And then it says binding ID, Google, and then it's blanked out. Phone number none. Email is blank at Gmail. In searching for the geolocation of the IP address blank, I found it returned to NordVPN out of Seattle, Washington. Nord had been located as an installed app on Koberger's phone. No information was provided by TikTok regarding messages sent or received, followers or following accounts, or user-created content. Oh, man. Here's the first warrant coming back like, sorry, part of Koberger's games. Good afternoon and welcome, Erica J. Thank you for joining today. Yeah, Lindsay Hendricks, Maury is their forensic detective. Believe it or not. Diana Bernard, I really, really appreciate that. That is so nice of you to say. Thank you. 202. I'm usually the one told, oh, so-and-so is covering this. And I'm like, yeah, well, so am I. So thank you. I appreciate that. Brett Payne. We've got the narrative is receipt of pictures. Files attached electronically. On Tuesday, May 24th, I reached out to JS Pullman PD for photos of a knife recovered by PPD after AL reported seeing it. I received an email from PPD Public Records Officer KS with a secure download link. But they're not telling us what was in the photos. By PPD after AL report. Is that the one that was reported seen at Kopaka's? Welcome in if you're just joining us. We just started, so, and then it says for other, none. We just got started. Sequence number 203. Brett Payne. WSU installment 11. So this is more correspondence from WSU, and what he received was email correspondence, which appear to be from after Koberger's arrest. In addition, there is a risk assessment file, which contains several pages of the results of WSU's risk assessment of Koberger after his arrest. Why would they do a risk assessment after his arrest? Is that just something they have to do? It's weird. Maybe it's not weird. I don't know. Brett Payne. Next one is WSU installment 12. So in this one, he got a file that contained several subfolders of emails between P and Koberger. There were also numerous pages of graded assignments of Koberger's, as well as redacted text message referencing Koberger. All kinds of good stuff in there, I bet. I wonder if any of the WSU student stuff will ever be released. T-Mobile extended warrant by Lawrence Mowry. So this is for two T-Mobile numbers, and they're blanked out. A previous warrant to Snapchat. Oh, they extended it because they moved it to June 23rd. They thought, oh, he got here June 23rd instead of August 1st. So they had to go back in time, if you will. And let's see. They got the data requested back from T-Mobile and filed it away. Let's keep going. .206. Amazon return in Koberger's vehicle. Evidence. Photos added to case electronically. I want to see these photos. On Thursday, June 8th, 2023, I accessed Koberger's white Hyundai Elantra in order to photograph the items in the trunk compartment. The items were identified as being ordered via Amazon with the same account Koberger used to purchase the K-Bar. I was able to identify 3 items in the from the trunk, which I could positively identify as the same items ordered from Amazon. The first item was a bottle of supplements named Amadian Vitamin D3 K2 Vegan on the Amazon return. The bottle was in the trunk compartment and was contained in a small plastic bag. The second item I positively identified was labeled as lead brand Scissor Jack 1.5 tons. I found a 1.5 ton scissor jack in the trunk compartment, but it did not have any brand markings. I searched the same name on Amazon and found the same item I located in the trunk. It should be noted the jack came with a ratchet handle as well. This item was booked previously. The third item I located and labeled Cartman Warning Triangle DOT approved on the Amazon return. I located a red rectangular plastic box with warning triangles inside. On the side of the box was a sticker which read Cartman. On the top of the sticker, it said Cartman Warning Triangle DOT approved 3-pack. I approved these items, or I photographed these items and attached them electronically. He also had a vest. He had a reflective vest. So, hey, Holly, is Potato here? My potato. We got sweet pickles. We got potatoes. But who thinks that when he pulled over on the side of the road, he may have worn that vest or something and put those little thingies, those little triangles out? Hey, Be Nice. Could that be it? Hey, Big T. Okay, this one's WSU installment 13 and 14. And this contains several essays written by Koberger, a self-evaluation done by Koberger, and other additional miscellaneous items. And then number 14 contained a writing sample written by Koberger and various email correspondence and team notes. I'd love to see his freaking self-evaluation. Can you see him even saying anything bad about himself? I can't. This is another Brett Payne ISP Amazon purchase items. Evidence. This is the K-Bar sharpener, and vegan supplements. On Tuesday, June 13th, 2023, Detective Gilbertson from ISP provided me with 3 packages he obtained by ordering the items from Amazon. Gilbertson stated he purchased the items in the same fashion used by Koberger, and he purchased a K-Bar with sheath, a K-Bar sharpener, and a bottle of supplements. I photographed each of the packages and their content along with the order paperwork. The packages contained 1 K-Bar straight fighting knife with a leather USMC sheath, a sharp K-bar sharpener, and a bottle of vegan supplements. The paperwork was included in the package containing the knife itself. Why would they need to buy that stuff? Does anybody know? Hey, Vicky McClure. Why would he need to buy the supplement? I mean, what would that be for? Oh, I know, a vegan mass murderer. I can't. I mean, how did they know how he... I mean, what would be the point of that, do you think? They just bought those 3 things. Hey, Marcy. Hey, Groovy. We just got started, actually. For examples. I don't know. Hey, look, we bought it just like he did. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't know what that's going to prove, but... Okay, here is Danny Vargas, and she is meeting with the Spokane medical examiner. On June 7th, I reached out to Dr. V.S., the chief medical examiner for the Spokane County Medical Examiner's Office, to arrange a meeting with the prosecutor's team. Dr. S. stated she could meet on June 28th, which worked for the prosecuting team. On June 27th, I met with T.S., MPD evidence technician, and had item number 733 K-bar knife temporarily released to me so I could bring it to the meeting with Dr. S. I locked item 733 in a temporary lockbox in MPD detectives as our meeting was on the following day. On June 28th, I removed it from the lockbox and brought it with me to Spokane. On June 28th at approximately 10:30, myself, along with Bill Thompson, Ashley Jennings, Jeff Nye, and Ingrid Beatty, met with Dr. S. at the Spokane County Medical Examiner's Office. Dr. S. had pre-selected several photos from each victim to go over with us so she could describe the shape of a weapon which would have caused the injuries. I removed the K-bar knife from the sealed package and showed it to Dr. S. Dr. S. stated the shape and size of the K-bar was consistent as being the weapon which could have caused the injuries on all 4 of the victims. I mean, don't you think they could have showed her, like, any knife? Hey, it's me, Mike. Dr. S. described how some of the wounds... All right, this might be a little gruesome. Dr. S. described how some of the wounds had 2 points on either end, and how some wounds had a point on one end and a square shape at the other end. Dr. S. explained how the K-bar knife could have created these wounds depending on the depth of the injury. Hey, Otto. Oof. Dr. S. explained the tip of the knife having sharp edges on either side would show a wound with the points on either end. Dr. S. described a deeper wound would show a point on one side and a square on the other, and how it matched the shape of the knife blade, having the single sharp edge on one side and a sharp square edge on the other below the tip. Dr. S. pointed out some of the wounds had a mark that was consistent with the guard of the K-bar knife. Oh my goodness gracious. Whew. That is a huge knife too. Oh, it makes me sick. Can't imagine the family's reading this. Makes me squirm. Dr. S. described how the wounds could look different depending on the skin stretching, the dynamics of the situation at the time, the angle or position the knife was in when it was inserted or removed, and how a victim was moving or not moving at the time. Dr. S describes some injuries, depicted that the strength of the weapon itself or the force used would have been great. We concluded our meeting with Dr. S. I brought item 733 back to MPD and booked it into evidence. Horrible. Brett Payne, email and mail tips. Evidence. On Thursday, June 29, 2023, I provided MPD with a thumb drive containing all the email tips referenced to this case from January 13th, 2023 to June 27th, 2023. I wonder how many tips are on here. All right, number 212. Ooh, Indian Mountain Lakes and aerial surveillance. That's the Koberger property. Brett Payne. Thumb drives. On Thursday, June 29, 2023, I located 2 thumb drives containing video surveillance of the access gates at Indian Mountain Lakes gated community wherein Koberger's parents' home was located, and aerial surveillance footage and photos of the Koberger residence. I verified the thumb drives and contain the correct footage and booked them into evidence. It should be noted the thumb drives were in a locked cabinet in my office since they were received. The thumb drives were not initially booked as they were in an envelope not recognized as containing them. There was a lot of leakage. What in the hell, Brett Payne? He didn't even find it until June 29th, 2023. Huh. They were in a locked cabinet in his office.
There was a lot of leakage.
He found him in June. Show did. Show did. Dustin Blaker, thumb drive with license plates and vehicle from WSU parking. Isilon thumb drive. Between November 25th and December 7th, I received a thumb drive from WSU Police Department. The thumb drive had a listing of license plates WSU parking had on their on file. I provided this thumb drive to an FBI employee to be transferred to their shared drive. I then placed the thumb drive in my file cabinet in my personal office. I am booking the thumb drive at this time to make sure it can be discovered to the defense. What the heck? And what was the date? June 29th. He found this one too. Oh, this is Blaker. He didn't put it into evidence until June 29th, but he received it between November 25th and December 7th. Huh. I don't get that. Additional Facebook warrant. Hello. We became aware of an issue. This is from Facebook. Hello. We became aware of an issue that may have affected our previous production of IP addresses in this case. The updated IP records are now available for download. Please rely on these updated records going forward. We apologize for any inconvenience this may have caused. This was on June 5th, 2023. Andrew Fox. On June 15th, 2023, I was provided the entirety of the 1112 King Road surveillance videos. This included 1,464 5-minute videos that ranged from 0:55 hours on 11/13 to 17:22 on 11/17. I was able to stitch the videos together to multiple hour clips. As a result, I was able to compile the videos down to 17. The videos were placed on a portable hard drive and entered into evidence. Amazon Koberger. 7/5/2023, or wait. Back in April, they applied for the warrant. Oh my goodness. So they served the warrant with the FBI in assistance. Later, it was found the warrant was dated March instead of April. So an amended warrant was requested and granted. The warrant was served on May 10th, 2023, with the assistance of Forensic Account MD. On June 27th, I received an email from Federal Agent D. They had it okay, so then they put it in evidence. So the FBI got that first. Is this Mowry? I think Mowry got a little less in control of the evidence after a certain point in time. The digital evidence, if you will. What do you guys think? Give me 1 second. Okay. Hold on. Okay, sorry about that. I'm going to keep reading here. Brett Payne. This is a tip follow-up. He followed up on a tip. Let's see. On Wednesday, July 12th, 2023, I spoke with RD, who previously called in a tip about possibly seeing Koberger at the Clarkston Safeway the morning of November 13th, 2022. I asked D to tell me what he knew. D told me he was at the Clarkston Safeway around 9:30, 10:30, or 9:30 and 11:30 in the morning on November 13th. Now it says 2023 here in this narrative, but I think he means 2022. And noticed a man in front of him in line. D said he saw the man's face because D made a comment to the store clerk, which caused the man to turn and look at him. D stated he didn't think anything of the encounter until he saw Koberger's face on television upon his arrest. D told me he was sure the person he saw was Koberger and that he was wearing a black hoodie with the hoodie down. D told me that's all he knew and he just wanted to make sure law enforcement was aware of it. Number 218. Tyson Barrett. U of I documents from General Counsel. On 11/19, I emailed KN at the UI Office of General Counsel requesting a list of vehicles with parking permits on campus or had been ticketed between 8/1/2022 and 11/13/2022. The request was made to assist investigators locate persons who owned vehicles of interest in the ongoing homicide investigation. On 12/8/22, I received an email from N that contained a spreadsheet showing U of I records for parking passes and parking tickets for any white Elantras dating back to 2017. The email containing the spreadsheet was forwarded to the investigation team. On 11/30, I emailed KN and requested the rosters for all the fraternity and sororities on campus. On 12/8, I received an email from N with spreadsheets containing the rosters for all Greek living groups for the fall 2022 semester. On 12/6/2022, N sent me an email with spreadsheets containing the individual chapter rosters for Greek organizations from U of I from fall 2019 to fall 2022. I forward the information to the investigation team. On 12/2, I received an email from KN responding to a request from the FBI that contained spreadsheets detailing the following regarding the 6 occupants of the house on 11/23. So this is list 1. All classes back to initial enrollment under dual credit program in high school. Name, class, location, instructors, specific information for each class, additional information not listed in list, class location, class rosters for each class, term, class descriptions, student name and ID, student emails, and final grades. The email containing the spreadsheets was forwarded to the investigation team. And then they got another response with the card swipe lock on the U of I campus. This is all from the FBI requests. The FBI requested all the data relating to card swipe doors on the UI campus. And then the U of I pay schedule. And then downloaded data from their security system. And they put that all into evidence. Brett Payne, WSU installment 15 would include numerous assignments submitted by Koberger, as well as correspondence between he and the students in the courses. So this is all stuff we could potentially or not potentially see. You know what I mean? And then they received another email stating installment 15 was the last installment for this case. All right, 220. Moving right along. Collection of plates related to Hyundai Elantras. The evidence is a verbatim DVD-R. From November 25th to December 12th, I gathered information from other police agencies around Moscow in reference to any 2012 to 2013 Hyundai Elantras. Remember, this was a big... in my opinion, right? Wrong year. They turned it over to the FBI, who was tasked with gathering all plate information to build a possible suspect pool for this case. So there you go. Hey, Taillight. So they were 2012 to 2013, and the FBI was gathering stuff to find a suspect. The wrong years. Lawrence Mowry, Koberger PayPal OneDrive. In an attempt to locate further online accounts or online service providers utilized by Koberger, I began previewing the data forensically acquired from the desktop computer seized from the residence of Brian Koberger, located at blank Pullman, Washington. On this device, I located references to both PayPal and OneDrive. We know what PayPal is. Internet artifacts were located on the computer with the following URLs. Wow, he didn't leave shit behind. Wow. This is all he left behind on his computer, you guys. PayPal.com sign in, and then it has a SSO key and it's blanked out. PayPal credit login and PayPal my account transfer. Add a bank. And then OneDrive is owned by Microsoft, and it's a file hosting service operated by Microsoft. And then it says the OneDrive app appeared to be installed and set to auto run on the computer. So he's got OneDrive in the startup items. Big whoop. The program appeared to last run on November 28, 2022. And then there's a URL for that. I sent an email to Microsoft in an attempt to clarify the, quote, RESID was a unique identifier to the user's OneDrive and have not received a response. Let's see. I also know the online payment service PayPal was referenced and appears to be utilized on the computer. I am requesting a warrant for PayPal for data related to the following account identifiers for Koberger between June 23rd and December 31st, 2022. Not a whole lot there, huh? James Fry. On 11/28/2022, KJS came into the police department to speak with me. S was hesitant to talk due to being acquaintances with AB. AB? Who's AB? S told me she did not believe B was involved with the homicide, but stated he always had a large sheathed knife on him. S said B had interest in her daughter and made her uncomfortable at times. S told me she believed he had been in the Marines for several years, and just wanted to pass this information on. Oh. Just random people coming out of the woodwork. Which Brian Koberger knew would happen due to the fact that it was a K-bar knife in that area. Thank you so much, Rebel Soul. I appreciate you. Hey, Tea Time Sleuth. Y'all still arguing about Ann Taylor? AB? No, what's Adam? I don't know Adam's last name. What's Adam's last name? Meredith says, I'm not tech savvy at all. Well, this Mowry is supposed to be a forensic detective. So it's like, you kind of expect more, right? Information from PP. Hey, Puffin Muffin. PP. During the course of this investigation, I had DS, manager for PP, reach out to me and ask if we wanted information about his past tenants. Oh, they offered up information about past tenants and anyone who might own a Hyundai Elantra for the properties he manages. I told D I would accept any information he was legally and willing to provide to us. I provided the Hyundai Elantra information to the FBI as they were collecting any vehicle information and making lists of potential suspects who might have a relationship to the victim. What? Oh, when he said burn, I was like, burn. I was later asked to burn all information I had to a DVD and book it into property. Wow, 800 of you here. Could you guys hit that like button for me? Let's get more cooters in here. Ann Taylor. I can't with you guys. Spotify. Koberger warrant. So this is, they're going from June 23rd again. It looks like they got an email from Spotify. The data requested was not available. No Spotify. No Spotify, even though he was a rapper. So a lot of these warrants we saw pulled came back nothing. Hey, Amir. PayPal, Koberger. Let's see. I received an email from PayPal stating the data requested was available to download. So they got some stuff back from PayPal in August of 2023. Koberger Apple warrant. This is Brett Payne. On Tuesday, August 1st, 2023, I applied for a search warrant for Apple records from December of 2016 to December 30th, 2023. Koberger's arrest date, which was actually 2022. He has 2 Apple IDs. The warrant was granted. Da-da-da-da-da. Doesn't say he got anything back. Just put one in. So I wonder if he had 2 phones or another device. I think if he would have taken the speedy trial and went to trial right away, he would have had a good chance to get away with it. Here's the soil sample kit. Let's see what they do with this. Item 839, Brett Payne. On Wednesday, August 2nd, 2023, I responded to several locations around the Palouse in order to collect soil samples. These areas were identified as points of interest for soil collection from pictures and cell data recovered from Koberger's phone. A plastic shovel with dirt wedged into several locations was recovered during the search of Koberger's white Elantra, and these samples were taken in order to compare to the samples on the shovel. So he had a plastic shovel? Wonder how big it was. You think it was a phone and a watch, Kathy? Oh, look where they were, Potato. Look, they went to 2 places in Wai State Park. Oh, boy. Where'd you guys hear about that from? They went to Kamiak, Butte, Colfax Park, Clemgard Park, Wai Park East, Wai Park West, and Johnson Road, Staley Road. Each sample was placed into a clean container covered with a paper filter and then later sealed with evidence tape. I placed all the samples into the original hard case with a list of the above location information and sample numbers, sealed the case with evidence tape. I later booked the hard case into MPD evidence for it to be shipped to the FBI for analysis. It should be noted all of the samples except 6 were collected from public property. I obtained verbal permission from J.S., the owner of the property where 6 was collected, to do so. What do you think of that? I wonder which one it matched. Could they match it to any of these? Wai State Park, where Bundy was. Like, if it's literally a hand shovel, that would be wild. Oof. Danny Vargas, Coburger jail calls. On August 3rd, 2023, I booked a DVD into MPD evidence which contains my working Word document labeled Brian phone calls of Coburger's jail phone calls from the time he was in custody to present. The transcription of the conversations are not verbatim. The calls highlighted in red are not completed. The calls highlighted in green were listened to by CM with ISP and are detailed in the file labeled Coburger calls. I will update the document when I listen to the calls highlighted in red or future calls. We should be able to read those transcripts of whatever she wrote up, right? If not, listen to the calls. Andrew Fox, Nom Nom video, blank. I was able to retrieve surveillance video from a Nom Nom server that had been stored at MPD. I was able to access the server and retrieve video footage from November 13, 2022. This included multiple cameras from the store facing Pullman Road. In review of the footage, I was unable to locate anything of evidentiary value at this time. The video was loaded to a thumb drive and the server was returned to Nom Nom. Andrew Fox, forensic examination of evidence. On August 8th, 2023, I began a forensic exam of evidence blank. This was a silver Samsung S8 that was located in a dumpster at blank. The phone was recovered on November 17th, 2022 by ISP trooper Justin Klitsch and transported to Moscow PD. I was able to use Celebrate to extract the data and examine the data. While reviewing the phone, the last account email was blank at Gmail and blank at Ymail. The phone had multiple messages and call logs I was able to review. The last date of activity was October 15th, 2020. I was able to cross-reference the known victims in this case and was unable to locate any connection to this device. At this time, after reviewing the data, I was unable to locate any evidence that is connected or involved in this case. The phone was located a mile and a half away from the crime scene and appears to not have been active since October of 2020. YouTube warrant for Coburger. Okay, so they requested records from June 23rd to the present. Let's see. Well, this is weird. This says it's a YouTube warrant. And then it says I applied for a warrant for user data. It doesn't say for what. And then down here, it says I got an email from Instagram. So I'm assuming he got an email from YouTube and downloaded it because Instagram is Meta. Lord have mercy. It should have been a Google warrant, I would think, because Google, right? I don't know. Definitely isn't Instagram, Maori. Here's the Apple warrant return. I received an email from Apple stating the data requested was available for download. Due to the encryption on the files. Who is this? Payne. Due to encryption on the files, I forwarded the link to Detective Mowry to download. Oh, Detective Mowry was successful. And he was able to download the data and review it. And they logged it in. So there was 2 Apple IDs. I don't know if Koberger had a watch or if it was for Koberger or the victims. Andrew Fox, forensic examination of iPhone in closet. On August 11th, 2023, I was able to complete a forensic examination of evidence blank. This was identified as item 246, a black iPhone that was in a drawer closet of West bedroom floor 3. Using Gray Key and Magnet Axiom version, I was able to acquire data from the iPhone XR. The iPhone was registered with the email blank at Outlook. The name of the iPhone user was listed as ET. And then it had 2 other emails. The last time the phone was turned on was August 26, 2021. And there was no user activity until it was reactivated by me on August 7, 2023. It appeared ET was friends, roommates with Kaylee, and had several communications with her from 8/20 to 2/21. It appeared E and Kaylee were in the same sorority. During the exam, I was unable to locate anything of evidentiary value, and then the phone was put in for safekeeping. iCloud download, Koberger. On August 7, 2023, I was asked to download and decrypt the data files served on the iCloud account associated with Brian Koberger. Corporal Brett Payne forwarded me the emails from Apple with the download link. I was able to download the files and decrypt them using the password from Apple. This was secured into evidence. Forensic exam of Xana's old iPhone. On August 10, 2023, I was able to use Gray Key and Axiom to examine an iPhone XR that had extensive damage to the rear of the phone. This iPhone was identified as item 250. The serial number is blank, and it is associated with Xana Kernodle. In examining the phone had not been used since May 11th, 2022. The contents of the phone belonged to Xana. After examination of the phone, I was unable to find anything of evidentiary value. TikTok multi-2 warrant. On July 20th, 2023, I applied for a warrant associated with Ethan Chapin's TikTok, Dylan and Bethany's TikTok. A previous warrant to TikTok requested the data for Maddie, Kaylee, and Xana based on information obtained. Oh, this is when they went back to June of 2023. And then they got an email back stating that it was available. But they also wrote back, TikTok did, saying, please note that after a diligent search, we are unable to locate any TikTok accounts with the identifier blank, 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 blank. I wonder if they just weren't requesting the right stuff. You know what I'm saying? Because we knew they all had TikTok. So how can they not find their accounts? You know? That's what doesn't make sense to me. All right, moving on to 237. 237. We are almost done, guys. We're less than 100 away from the final first document drop. And then we anxiously await the judge unsealing the court documents, right? In batches. And he said he's going to do it newest to oldest, which kind of sucks. We're just going to have to put our minds in reverse gear, right? Okay, so Brett Payne forwarded to Detective Mowry the Microsoft One drive download. He downloaded it And he saved whatever was on there, which I'm guessing probably wasn't much. It's just a hunch. Just a little hunch I have. Lawrence Mowry, OneDrive Koberger warrant. These files were decrypted. Da 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 da. So they got the stuff from Microsoft, logged it in. Instagram extended because they went back to 2023. And then they did get that back from Instagram. See, this one says an email from Instagram. I think that they copied and pasted quite a bit. Because this is all over the place. And see, it says a previous warrant to Facebook. No, it was Meta. This is just confusing. Then they got Instagram listed where YouTube is. I don't know how important or not important that is. Receipt of footwear analysis report. On Tuesday, September 12th, 2023, I received an email from NW, Forensic Lab Manager for the Ada County Sheriff's Office. W's assistance was requested for the analysis of possible footwear impressions left at the scene of the homicides. W sent me 2 attached documents and advised they were her notes as well as her report pertaining to her analysis of the footwear impressions and the comparison of those impressions to various pieces of footwear collected from Koberger throughout the investigation. I downloaded both files and placed them in evidence. Footwear impressions, plural. And another question, why do they only want his right thumbprint when he's booked for the final time? Why do they want his DNA and only right thumbprint? Is that typical? Hey, Wispy. Hey, Robot. Yeah, FBI doesn't really take over cases, though, unless it's really extreme or it's multi-state. You know what I mean? They let the big guy or the little guys take the credit and hand them over all this evidence like they are here. All right, 241. On Wednesday, September 13th, FBI tech specialist T forwarded me tip serial number 9237 via email. The tip was called in on August 22nd, 2023 to the FBI tip line. The caller, RT, advised the call taker he saw a person whom he thought was Koberger at 1122 King Road on 2 occasions in July in 2022. T advised he came to 1122 King Road as he was a real estate agent looking for property of his clients. T stated on both occasions he saw Koberger and Koberger's father. Is this fake? This has got to be fake. He said he saw him 2 times in July. On Wednesday, September 13th, I called T on the telephone after verifying his identity. T was a licensed real estate agent living in Florida. I asked him to relate to me what he reported to the FBI. Who's he talking to? Payne. T told me he drove his nephew, T, to the western U.S. from Florida as his nephew was dying from cancer. T advised he came through Moscow and saw a sign for property for sale. So he followed the sign to 1122 King Road to look at the property for clients. While he was parked out front, T said a brown Jeep type pickup pulled into the parking lot driven by an older man with a red beard. T said he saw a male who he was sure was Koberger get up from the back seat. T and the driver exchanged small talk, and T said he walked back to the back door to speak to the tenants, but no one answered. T said he left the area with his nephew shortly after that. T said he returned to 1122 King Road on his way back to Florida. T said he was parked in front of the house when a white car, which he described as the same one they've shown on television, drove by the house. T said he was sure the driver was Koberger's father and Koberger was in the passenger seat. T said the vehicle sped away and he didn't see where it went. I asked T if he remembered when this took place. T asked me what month the homicides occurred. I told him November, to which he replied it must have been around then. T previously told the FBI he was in Moscow in July. T then told me his nephew passed away a short time after he returned from his trip. I asked T when his nephew passed away. T told me his nephew passed away 8 years ago. I thanked T for his time and told him I would call him with further questions if needed. At this time, there was nothing to corroborate T's statements based off inconsistencies in his timeline. Further investigation will be completed if necessary. This is a summary of my conversation with T. Our conversation was not recorded. Thanks, Flower. Brett Payne, SNP profile from the FBI. On Thursday, September 26, 2023, I received an email from CW at the Forensic Science Law Unit within the FBI. The email contained a secure link for the retrieval of the SNP DNA profile created by the FBI. Reference this investigation. On Wednesday, September 27th, 2023, I accessed the secure portal and downloaded the file and then attached. Okay. No wonder they weren't getting discovery properly, because the FBI was just handing it out whenever. They didn't even send them the DNA stuff until September of the next year. Here's another Mitch Nunez. On-scene notes. On 9/28/2023, I reviewed my file cabinet and located handwritten notes. On 11/13, when I responded to the homicides, I scanned these notes and digitally attached a PDF titled Nunez on-scene notes. Who thinks the FBI was getting on their ass? Look it. They're like, Nunez. The FBI's like, Nunez, did you write any, did you take any notes that day? No, Mr. G-Man, I didn't. Oh, well, we're gonna need you to come up with some notes. So Brett Payne probably said, Nunez, write down some brief notes of what you remember and attach it as a PDF. Stat. Makes me want to sing that cleanup song that my kids used to sing in preschool. You know, clean up, clean up. Anyways. Commercial property call list video request form. This is CM. On 9/28, I reviewed my files and located an Excel spreadsheet and notes I had taken while calling all commercial properties in town asking for video surveillance. I scanned and attached both the spreadsheet and the video request forms I filled out for the Applebee's on Warbonnet Drive in Rosauers. Huh. Come on, 245. Danny Vargas, initial searches for Koberger through some victim accounts. Early on in the investigation, after Koberger had been identified As a suspect, I did an initial search for the following names, phone numbers throughout the several accounts belonging to the victims. What? Really? Look who she was looking up. Papa Rogers? They searched Brian Koberger, Christopher, blank, 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 Papa Rogers. I did not find any of the above terms related to Koberger in any of the accounts listed below. Kaylee's iCloud, Snapchat, iPhone, Gmail, Yahoo, Instagram, Facebook, Bethany's Instagram, Dylan's Instagram, Ethan's, Xana's, Maddie's Facebook, Xana's Facebook, Ethan's Facebook, Bethany, Dylan, and Jack DeCour's Facebook. You guys could go back and replay on fast speed and zip right through these. Brett Payne, second KCL interview. On Tuesday, October 10th, 2023, I met with WSU student KC, hereto referred to as L. Okay. I was accompanied by FBI agent Hill for this interview, as well as an FBI interpreter. This is the exchange student who was present via phone call, as L is from blank. This is a summary of my interview with L and is not verbatim. The interview was recorded and attached to this case digitally. L was interviewed once previously by agent Zakowski in December of 2022. L was a former teaching assistant with Koberger and shared an office with him for the fall semester of 2022 at WSU. This is a guy. I began by asking L to tell me how he met Koberger. What? I thought it was a girl. There must be another one that's a guy. Okay, L stated they were both TAs for the criminology department at WSU and shared an office in Wilson Short Hall. L considered Koberger a friend and stated he thought Koberger was very intelligent but also selfish. L said Koberger would often mislead him when it came to their shared work and would have L complete work meant for Koberger. L said Koberger came to his dorm room on one occasion around the time of the homicides. L was unsure on the exact date, after L asked him for a ride to class. L also added Koberger began to talk much more than usual after the homicides. L characterized Koberger's conversations as those coming from someone who wanted to vent. L stated Koberger attempted to use his authority as a TA to inappropriately interact with female students. L stated he thought Koberger wanted a girlfriend and added they talked about Koberger wanting a girlfriend on many occasions. L said Koberger told him he might lose his TA position over an issue with Dr. S. Koberger asked L to help fight the allegations, but L stated he refused to help Koberger. L is lucky to be alive. L characterized Koberger as a dishonest person. To support this, L stated he spoke to Koberger in late December of 2022, and Koberger said he was packing his bags to catch a flight back to Pennsylvania. L later learned Koberger had been back in Pennsylvania for some time and drove back with his father. L then told us about some injuries he witnessed to Koberger's face and hands. L was unsure of the date, but stated he thought he noticed the injuries on 2 occasions in October and November of 2022. L stated one injury was a large scratch on Koberger's face, which L described as looking like scratches from fingernails. L also said he saw wounds to Koberger's knuckles on 2 occasions. When L asked Koberger about what happened to him, Koberger replied he had been in a car accident. Elle also stated Koberger was frequently 20 minutes late to their classes. I asked Elle what he and Koberger would talk about. Elle said Koberger liked to discuss his area of study, which was criminal decision-making and burglary-type crimes. S.A. Hill and I advised Elle to reach out if he wished to add anything to what he told us. Yikes. Yikes. Okay. Brett Payne, FBI photos received. Oh. Ooh, this is a juicy one here. With evidence. Koberger photos from PSP barracks. That was right after he was arrested. Photos of vehicle at Koberger residence. Photos from 2 additional vehicles at Koberger residence. CD photos from 119 Lambsden Drive. And CD photos of vehicle. So on Tuesday, October 17th of 23, FBI agent Hill brought several copies of FBI photos. And there were 5 discs, and they contained photos of 3 vehicles searched at his house, the residence itself, and the search photos of Koberger taken at the barracks. That's pretty wild. Sherry, baby, thank you so much for your PayPal. I appreciate you, honey. Thank you. Thank you. And I appreciate you guys being here to listen. I think we're going to be able to finish this off today. Not too shabby in 4 parts, right? So hopefully you guys will come back and join me when we get even more documents from the courts and anything else that's released. It's going to be a lot of stuff, I have a feeling. 248. HR tip follow-up. And this is Payne. On Tuesday, October 24th, 2023, I received a tip from TS, which needed to be followed up on. The tip was originally captured in the FBI's VCC system. The tip stated AL thought her friend HR drove a white Hyundai Elantra and was around 1122 the night of the homicides. Special Agent Shirley spoke to R in December, but there were no details in VCC as to what he found out. I called R on Tuesday, October 24th. R confirmed she spoke to S.A. Shirley in December. I asked R what kind of car she drove. R said she drove a 2014 white Ford Focus. I confirmed this by running her license plate through the Idaho DMV, which showed a 2014 Ford Focus. I asked R if she had been driving near King Road the night of the homicides. She said she was not. Her car was parked on the street near a sorority at blank blank street in Moscow. R said she saw Kernodle briefly at a frat the night prior to the homicides, but otherwise had nothing else to talk about. I thanked R for her time. I did not record the conversation. I've never seen so many unrecorded interviews in a homicide a quadruple homicide, no less. No report. Additional video downloads. Lawrence Mowry. I received an email from Latah County Prosecutor's Office in reference to downloading additional video from the security camera seized at the residence at blank King Road. Previously, video had been downloaded from the camera for the approximate time of 2:30 to 4:30. These videos were downloaded and contained audio. Through different methods using forensically acquired data from the camera's SD card, additional videos were downloaded. However, they did not include the audio. I was requested to download videos to include audio from the approximate time frame of 4:45 to 12 o'clock on November 13th. Due to the fact the camera light bulb connection was inadvertently broken previously, a repair to the device to allow it to be powered on was needed. In the email received on October 17th, defense counsel Ann Taylor provided approval of the repair. I was able to request and receive the camera and wireless router from evidence. I was successful in replacing the light bulb threaded connection with a standard wall plug to power the device. The device powered up, and I was able to download videos from 4:45 hours to 12:05 hours. Upon reviewing the videos, they appeared to contain audio. The videos were saved to a forensic computer at Moscow. They were put on Blu-ray discs and placed into evidence. I returned the camera and router to evidence. Isn't it, Aaron? It's nuts, right? And it's the simple stuff. This is the simple stuff. Cameras. It's a light bulb camera. I mean, oh, God. Brett Payne, ISP, DOT 3D, and LAS format, dog impound form. On Thursday, November 14th, 2023, Sergeant Gilbertson from the ISP provided me with a thumb drive of the DOT 3D scans from 1122 King Road in LAS format. I booked it into evidence the same day. On the same date, I received an email from Deputy Olson containing the attachment of the dog impound, and I put that in evidence. Okay, now you got to give me a second to get the next 50 pulled up. Pulled up. We are on, let's see. We just did 201 to 250. Where's 250? Oh, here it is. Okay, here's 251. Additional response from Facebook. I received 2 emails on November 22nd, 2023 from Facebook. That said, we became aware of an issue where a previous production associated with this case may have been incomplete. The issue only impacted comments. The supplemental records are now available for download. He downloaded and saved them. At least Facebook keeps looking, you know what I mean? James Fry. On 12/12/23, I booked in the audio recording of the interview with S.P. Signed, James Fry Jr. Additional response from Instagram. Oh, the same thing. The only issue was comments. They supplied the Instagram comments for download. Hey, Belinda. Good to see you. Yeah, I don't like that. The simple things shouldn't be wrong. You know what I mean? Nothing should be wrong when it comes to an investigation like this. Yeah, because they already had Shaker Maker. They had the ones from earlier, but they had the other ones, but they didn't have audio. So he had to go back and resave them and make sure there was audio on them. Brett Payne. Detective Tollison notes from autopsy. On Thursday, February 22nd, 2024, I received an email from Detective Sergeant Gilbertson containing 2 scanned documents. The documents were notes taken by ISP Detective Tollison during the autopsies of the 4 victims in this case. So here we are. 2024. February 22nd. They still didn't have this guy's notes from the autopsies. So I'm sure there were things they were not getting. Oh, hello, Miss Alma, money launderer. How you doing? Thank you for your super chat. But I think they're supposed to attach their written notes, right? And I'm thinking that they didn't. And they had to go back and add them. Hey, Cremo. I think all their notes should have been attached. Why would they leave anything out? Danny Vargas, X-rays of victims. On February 22nd, 2024, I received a thumb drive from coroner Kathy Mabutt, which contained X-rays of Chapin, Kernodle, Mogen, and Goncalves from the Spokane coroner's office during the autopsies, and I booked the thumb drive into evidence. Danny Vargas, X-rays shared via OneDrive from Spokane Medical Examiner's Office. On February 27, 2024, I downloaded the X-rays, which were shared via OneDrive to Ashley Jennings. I had previously booked in a thumb drive with images. The images were thumbnails of the actual image. So that wasn't done correctly either. 257. Soil provenance report. On Friday, March 1st, I received an email from FBI geologist IS containing the report completed referencing the soil found on the shovel recovered from Koberger's White Elantra. I attached the PDF. Okay, the summary of the report is as follows. The soil on the shovel is consistent with soil found in the Moscow area off of S analysis. The report also stated the soil was likely not from anywhere east of Moscow. This finding also excluded Pennsylvania. The report stated the soil from the shovel displayed characteristics of soil carried to the area via a water source. This could have been recent or any point in the area's geologic history. During conversation with S, he stated the exact area the sample came from would likely not be attainable due to the prominence of the mineral compounds from the sample that are found throughout the Moscow area. What? He stated the exact area the sample came from would not likely be attainable due to the prominence of the mineral compounds. Well, how do they think it got on the shovel then? If the area would not... What? Why wouldn't it be attainable? And did it match any of the exact locations they pulled soil from? You know what I'm saying? They gave them 4 or 5 different areas. Did it match any of those? Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to grab something to drink really fast. Okay, thanks for waiting. What do you guys think? It was in Moscow or... I don't know. I mean, so does that mean it didn't come from by the Snake River then? Because the Snake River is not Moscow. The area is too vast. Oh, I got you. Thanks, Sea Devil. That makes sense. Thank you, guys. Sometimes you just got to talk these things out, you know? Koberger jail mail. Danny Vargas. In February of 2024, she received digital images of Koberger's mail from 7/13/2023 to 2/7/2024. And those were booked into evidence. I wonder how much mail it was. So in other words, it could have been anywhere. Lawrence Mowry. On April 19th, 2023, I met with defense counsel Ann Taylor to provide data for various evidentiary items. The data was copied and hash verified onto a Synology RAID drive previously provided by AJ. Report of potential juror survey. Brett Payne. He can't spell for shit. On Friday, March 8th, 2024, I received an email from Thompson referenced the receipt of a phone survey. The recipient, NB, stated someone called her and began to ask questions about the Koberger trial. This is when Ann Taylor went ahead with her survey, remember? To ask about the Koberger trial, to include questions about how B felt about the case. See below for B's information provided via email Word document. Word document. Phone number blank lasted 18 minutes. Stated they were a company performing a survey among the community in relation to the Brian Koberger case. They verified if I was a Latah County resident and which city I considered myself a resident. Here is a small list of the questions I can remember. These questions are not verbatim, but of the general sense of what I can remember being asked. 1. Have I read, listened to, or seen any newsreels regarding Brian Koberger and or the families of the victims? Have I read, listened to, or seen any TV or movie documentaries? Were you aware of any television, movie, or documentaries concerning Brian on sources like Netflix? What sources have you listened to, read, or seen as a source of information? Can you name the specific newspapers, stations, or source of information that you received your knowledge of the case? Damn, she sure remembered a lot. Have I heard or participated in any rumors surrounding Brian, the victims or their families? I responded no, but that I've heard some rumors regarding law enforcement involved in the case. 7. In a general statement, how would you describe how the community has been affected by the murders? 8. Has the murders caused you or anyone you know any excess stress? 9. Do you feel the community has felt an excess of stress since the murders? 10. Do you know a student that attends UI? 11. Do you know or are related to LE or anyone directly involved in the case? 12. In a general statement, do you feel Brian Koberger could receive a fair trial? 13. Do you think if you were asked to serve on a jury, you would be able to serve fairly, weighing the evidence in the case presented? 14. Have you ever driven past the residence in which the murders were committed? 15. Did you ever read, watch, or listen to any reports of Brian Koberger's arrest in Pennsylvania? 16. How would you describe how closely you've been following the Brian Koberger case? I can't remember much more, but I felt the questions were sometimes redundant, just changing some words here and there, and they were focused on my personal opinion and my opinion of the community surrounding both the victims, their families, and Brian Koberger. There were several questions regarding if I felt Koberger could get a fair trial, and if I felt I could impartially or fairly sit on a jury. The questions were just worded differently, but that was the general sense they were trying to feel out from me and my responses. On Monday, March 11th, 2024, I received another report from PA Thompson stating JM received a similar phone call. All of these tattletales. I called Mrs. M and learned the following. The business that called M went by the name Research Strategies, Inc. The company's website ResearchStrategiesInc.com states they conduct various types of surveys to include public opinion surveys and post-trial jury analysis. The phone number shows up as the Better Business Bureau website for the same company out of Alabama. I checked TLO and found the number used to be associated with a woman in Alabama who passed away in 2011, which further lends it to being the correct number just reassigned to this business. I spoke to Mrs. M, who stated she received the call about 4:51 on 310. The first question she was asked was if she was a Latah resident. There were several questions that followed, which asked generic questions about trials and the criminal justice system. Then she stated the woman asked her specifically if she was aware of the Kohberger trial. Mrs. M stated she refused to answer. Asked the woman who she worked for. Research Strategies with the number provided. Who was paying for the survey and asked for her supervisor. The woman gave her the company's number and stated she was unaware of who was responsible for the survey. Mrs. M also stated the number the woman called from was blank. This number is not found in TLO and is likely a Google Voice type number not associated with a person. This is also the number that called B. Mrs. M stated she posted on her Facebook asking if anyone else had received similar calls. She stated several people in the Potlatch area had received calls from the same number that called her, but most were not answered. I asked her to keep me posted if she became aware of any further information. My conclusions are this is a legitimate survey requested via this company. Open source searches suggest a study like this would cost into the tens of thousands of dollars. I called the number provided for Research Strategies, Inc. and was directed to leave a message. Nothing further at this time, says Corporal Payne. I know, posted on Facebook. Oh, shit. Jason House, post review of body-worn camera and details. On 3/12/2024, I received an email from Detective Corporal Payne asking for a review in detail of my body-worn camera regarding this case and my involvement. Due to my minimal involvement and lack of discovered information, I had not completed a supplement at the time. See, they went back and did cleanup. On 11, see, and I don't, see, this is bullshit. How reliable is this guy going to be now? Because he's recalling it because Payne fucking emailed him on 3/12 and said, "Hey, I need a narrative." Season 2, episode 2. It is, Sarah. So now this guy's recalling back to 11/13/2022. On 11/13 at 2022 at approximately 14:20, so he got to the crime scene at 2:20 on the day of. I responded to 1122 King to assist with canvassing the immediate area, and I was tasked with conducting door-to-door contact in blank Queen Road area. He didn't feel he needed to write a narrative? I was informed that a likely time of the incident was between approximately 4 and 4:45. I was advised that other officers had already covered the south-facing apartments of Queen Road, and I began going door to door on the center and north-facing portions of the apartment complex with Captain Lanier. I spoke with several tenants who stated they did not hear anything strange, and their only attention to 1122 was brought upon the increased police presence throughout the day. I did not identify the tenants I spoke to, who stated they had not been awake or alerted to any unusual sounds, people, or events. Of the tenants I spoke with and did not identify, all gave similar account of standard party activity and nothing out of the ordinary for a typical Saturday night, Sunday morning. Right, he's having to go back 2 years to recall this. Look at this. He didn't think he needed to write a narrative and he thought he saw blood? While Captain Lanier and I were conducting door-to-door canvassing, our attention was drawn to dark red-colored drops and splotches on several portions of the walkway of the building, particularly on the upper level near apartment blank. And after further inspection, I could see that this same colored substance appeared to be rust, which ran down the walls and was on several door jambs as well as the siding throughout the apartment complex. I checked the walkway back from the area and did not see any other drops or splotches, indicating a blood trail leading towards 1122 King. There was no answer at apartment blank. Based on those observations, I determined the drops or splotches to be uninvolved or unrelated. I spoke to the tenants in apartment blank who stated they went to bed around 1 in the morning and music was present at 1122 King Road. During that time, which they stated was pretty much every weekend, both tenants said they woke up around 9:30 and there was no strange or alarming sounds. Due to having no information aside from standard weekend behavior, I did not identify the two contacts. Why did he not get the name and phone number of every person they spoke to? Do you know that they left flyers on doors? Call if you have any information on these murders. I spoke with the tenants in apartment blank, identified as JG and IB. The two stated they were at a birthday party on Blake Street, approximately 1.5 blocks away, and got into bed in the early morning hours, estimated to be about 4 o'clock. I asked which way they walked back from the party, and B described them as walking back west on Taylor, then cutting up a stair path just west of Taylor. The stairs travel from the parking lot of blank Taylor Ave up Queen Road, facing straight at the gravel parking lot of 1122 King. Both B and G stated they did not see anyone outside or pass anyone as they were walking. I asked if there was still a party or music going on at 1122. When they walked by, and they stated there was. At 4 in the morning, nothing seemed out of the ordinary and they didn't hear anything that alarmed them. I spoke with the female tenant of apartment blank, who stated she works a red eye. And think about it, he didn't even write that down. Someone says there was music and like activity at 4 in the morning when they walked by, and he didn't even write it down until 2024. I spoke with the female apartment who states she works a red eye. She got home at 6:30 and had left for work at 21:45 on 11/12. She stated there was activity, people coming and going at that time, but there was no one walking around at 6:30 when she got home. After conducting the canvass through my assigned area, I cleared the scene. At no time during my involvement in the area did I cross into the designated crime scene. Several days later, I passed on my notes to the ISP investigations team assigned with a more thorough canvass of the area, highlighting the address and names of B and G, who stated they were on foot in the area, which seemed to be the only substantial contact from my canvass. The end. Potato, that's what I'm wondering. Phone survey investigation. On Friday, March 8th, 2024, I received an email from prosecuting attorney Bill Thompson advising of a telephone survey received by NB. And then here's the summary. This is before he talked to NB. Okay, here we go. There's more. I later learned of 2 additional people in the Moscow Police Department and Latah Prosecutor's Office who received the call and confirmed the questions that were asked. On Thursday, March 14, 2024, I also received a phone call. Payne got one. Payne got one. The caller ID showed up as political call. I answered the phone call and listened to the questions. I've attached the call to this case and a transcript of the conversation as follows. Payne, Blank. Okay. Caller. And we got the Surancia, Hispanic, Latino, or Spanish region. Payne says no. Caller. Yeah, race, please. Payne says, blank. Caller. Okay, before we get started, I'd like you to know that there are no right or wrong answers. You're always free to respond. I don't know or no opinion. Caller. Answer to any question and all your answers remain confidential. So I'm going to start with 3 statements about the criminal justice system. And then we'll get to the case itself. And for each one of these, please tell me whether you agree, strongly agree, somewhat disagree, or disagree strongly. So here's the first one. If the government brings someone to trial, that person is probably guilty. Payne. No opinion. Caller. Okay. And the next one, is it is better for societies to let some guilty people go free than to risk convicting an innocent person? He says no opinion. Okay. And then the last one is even if the worst criminal should be considered for mercy. He says no opinion. Caller. Okay. And now I'm going to ask you about an upcoming jury trial in your community. Back in 2024, 4 students attending the University of Idaho in Moscow were stabbed to death in their home. About a month later, Brian Koberger was arrested and charged with murder. So, have you seen or heard anything about this case? Payne. So, I'm about to stop you right there. I actually work for the City of Moscow Police Department, so I can't answer any more of your questions. I would like to know who is requesting you guys conduct this survey. Okay, well, we're actually never told who hires us to do the survey. Now, I do have a toll-free number if you'd like to call our front office to see if you can get more information about the survey from our supervisors. Payne, I've tried to call them, but I'll take the number down anyways. Okay, yes, sir. And again, just because you work for the police department doesn't automatically disqualify you from doing this survey if you're still interested in doing it. Payne, no, I'm not. Oh, okay. All right. That doesn't give you the answer. But yeah, our toll-free number is blank, and we're Research Strategies. And I can also give you our website if you want. I already found it, actually, believe it or not. Oh, okay. The researchstrategyinc.com? Yep. Okay, yes. All right, well, I'm sorry it didn't work out, but like I said, if you call, we're on Central Time, so I believe we're 2 hours ahead of you. But if you call during business hours Central Time, then hopefully they'll be able to give you more information about, but what the case has been used for and so forth. Payne. Okay. Can I ask you how many people you guys have requested to call? Like, how widespread this survey is? That I unfortunately don't know. We're kind of told everything on a need-to-know basis here in the cubicle. So, yeah, I got you. I don't know anything, how many we're supposed to even get as far as, like, complete surveys and everything. How many times have you called alone? I mean, do you have any idea about that number? Yeah, I really don't have a number. And I can say we've been working on this call for 2 weeks now. And, we're just like 3.5 hours a night for 2 weeks. So, just not everybody wants to do the survey, of course. But, right? I get people don't live in the county, too. That's a whole nother thing, right? Certainly. Yep. Okay, well, I appreciate your time, sir. Yeah, I don't mean to be rude to you or anything. I just wanted to be upfront with I can't answer any questions or anything, and I would prefer to do that if I could. So, okay, yeah, that's fine. I understand where you're coming from, and unfortunately, I wish I could answer some of your questions, but I think I said I'm operating on very limited information as far as how that information. Yeah, totally get it. Yep. Well, I appreciate it, sir. Oh, it was a girl. It was a guy. Thanks for giving me what information you could, and I'll reach out to that number, see if I can get some more info. Okay, great. All right. Well, again, hope you have a good night, and it was nice talking to you. Hey, you too. Take care. I attempted to call the number provided and was greeted by a telephone prompt. I was unable to connect with anyone in order to ascertain any further details from the company. It would appear the survey is relatively widespread, asks the same questions, and originates with Research Strategies, Inc. I will add additional reports as they are received. He couldn't get to the bottom of that? Come on. Tempest, I bet your kids loved your. I love doing the voices. I automatically do it. How would you differentiate who's talking if I didn't do that? You know, I'm always looking out. Brett Payne, KC and SS tip follow-up. Narrative. On Wednesday, March 13th, 2024, I received an email from Blaker, who still receives voicemail tips referencing this case. Captain Blaker sent me 2 tips. The first tip was called in by KC. C stated she thought she had matched with Koberger in September or October on Tinder. I called C and asked her to elaborate on her voicemail. C stated she signed up with Tinder in September or October of 2022. But she was unable to match with anyone in her area. C stated she paid for the additional Tinder match feature, which allowed her to move a pin anywhere in the country to see if she could match with someone. God. C stated she matched with Koberger a short time later. Can you imagine? Awesome. You can't match with anyone, then you put it to countrywide and you match with Koberger? Christ. That's scary. I called C and asked her to elaborate on her voicemail. Oh, wait, I already read that part. Hold on. C stated she matched with Koberger a short time later and began to talk to him. C said Koberger told her he was a criminology student at WSU. The two communicated via Tinder and planned for Koberger to visit C when he came home for Christmas break that year. Oh, God. Can you imagine? C then told me she had a friend who had been murdered in her town a couple years prior. She said she discussed this with Koberger. The conversation turned to horror movies and which ones C liked the most. C told Koberger she liked the Rob Zombie Halloween movies. To this, C said Koberger asked what she thought would be the worst way to die. C said she thought it would be a knife. C said Koberger then asked her something to the effect of, like a K-bar? C said she didn't know what that was and had to Google it. C said she eventually stopped talking to Koberger because his questions made her uncomfortable. C said when Koberger was arrested, she recognized his photo and remembered the comment about the K-bar knife. C said she attempted to call the tip line, but I have been unable to verify whether or not C called the MPD tip line. There is no record of C calling the FBI tip line. C said she no longer has access to her Tinder and could not get her user ID. This would be needed to compare the Tinder records located on Koberger's phone. At this time, there is nothing to corroborate C's tip. The second tip was a reference to the second tip was reference a blank driver, SS, who thought he saw Koberger. I called S and asked him to tell me what he saw. S said he delivers packages to the area of Pullman where Koberger resided during 2022. S said he recognized Koberger and had seen him while delivering packages to the area on prior occasions. S told me on the occasion he referenced in his tip, he noticed a man dressed in all black with boxing or elf shoes. Elf shoes. He called them elf shoes. I can't. Standing on a footpath behind blank Terraview Drive. This footpath provides an unobstructed view of apartment blank where S said the female tenants would be visible through a large window. S said seeing the man, who he said looked like Koberger from what he could see, was unusual given the location. S said he was not positive the man was Koberger, but he resembled Koberger's appearance. S told me he spoke to an FBI investigator early on, but wanted to make sure the information was passed on. That tracks. Elf shoes. Lisa, right? I know. Hey, What do you think the worst way to get murdered is? Is that what he asked her? Hold on. Oh, yeah. What would be the worst way to die? She's like, I don't know, a knife? Like a K-bar? The little hard bottom shoes. Oh, God. But if that tracks, though, totally. A big window where you could see all the females. Oh, my God. Elf on a shelf. I literally cannot with that. No Koberger elf on a shelf, please. Boxing or elf shoes. So he was either dressed up like an elf or they were boxing. Oh, look at this. Koberger jail calls and messages. Danny Vargas. Koberger messages 320 to 321. Koberger message report 220 to 320. Koberger calls from ISP from 417:23 to 4:30, and then 5:1 to 6:3. I wish it told us how many, like, 2 Word docs. I can't with the elf shoes. That's funny. Jay Waters, supplemental report. At 1853, there is a 4RE vehicle video saved under my name and badge number. The video depicts a patrol car transporting 2 Moscow police to Kibbe Dome. Sometime later, this is on 11/12/2022, by the way. Sometime later, the vehicle returned to the police department. I do not know who was actually driving the vehicle, but it wasn't me. What? Wait, what? 11/12 at 1853? What's a 4RE vehicle video? What does this mean? Who is this? Jay Waters? Under his name and badge number, vehicle video. The video depicts a patrol car transporting 2 Moscow police cadets to the Kibbe Dome. Sometime later, the vehicle returned to the police department. I do not know who was actually driving the vehicle, but it was not me. That is so weird. For sure, K. Miller. Because all their freaking blotter says, no report, no report. But what is this? I need your input. Oh, there goes the Mustang. My neighbor wants attention, guys. It's going out for the evening. I just can't believe how loud that is. The Keebler elf. Do you guys know what 4RE vehicle video means? Is that like the dash cam? So his patrol car went on a drive to Kibbe Dome. The video depicts. Does that, I mean, what is this? There we go. Okay, he gone. That's weird, right? I do not know who was actually driving the vehicle, but it was not me. VVV. On 11/13 at 20:51, I responded to 1122 King Road. So before the murders at 1853, he's saying his car went out and he doesn't know who the fuck drove it. And then the next thing you know, hey, Kathy, at 20:51, On 11/13, he's responding to 1122 King Road. I was asked to maintain a written scene access log. Blank arrived on scene. 2 of the victims were prepared for transport. Captain Lanier advised he wanted a marked patrol unit to escort blank to the funeral home. Officer Morris arrived on scene and relieved me at the door. I handed Officer Morris the scene access log. I escorted blank to the funeral home. I stopped the recording on my body-worn camera while driving at about 21:30. I reactivated my body-worn camera at 21:37 at blank. I remained at blank as the 2 victims were offloaded. I deactivated my body-worn camera at approximately 21:45 and I cleared the scene. Yeah, how does he know there were 2 cadets and it dropped off at the Kibbe Dome? What? And why were the 2 cadets dropped off at the Kibbe Dome? I hope we can find out more about that, because that's a strange narrative. Something saved under his badge number. They should have maybe looked more into that, right? Lindsay says, what on earth? All right, number 266. Brett Payne, defense counsel items from supplemental discovery request 12. On Tuesday, March 19th, 2024, I received an email from Blaker containing 2 attachments. The first one was a vehicle list. Oh, this document contained all information from MPD's fleet of vehicles to include non-patrol and unmarked. The second attachment, MPD schedule from 11/12 to 11/13. This is the entire shift schedule for MPD officers from those dates. Later on 3/19, I received an email from Whitcomb Director WB. That's their 911 operators. The attachment were as follows. MPD calls 11/12 to 11/13. Radio log 11/12 to 11/13. Payne conversation PDF and Payne by thread PDF. Those were given to Ann Taylor. Oh, that could be Tay. That's right. They did bring in cadets to help with security. So somebody drove them down there, but he doesn't know who, but they used his badge number. That's messed up. M. Sturk. 11:13 at about 17:41, I arrived at the scene. This is entry control. At 1122 King Road and stood at the front door performing entry control. During this time, I kept a log of everybody coming and going. No unauthorized personnel had entered the scene. I passed it off to Officer Waters and cleared the scene. Casey's Tinder. On April 2nd, 2024, Detective Mowry sent a preservation request to Tinder for any records related to KC, as reported by C in her tip. Later on April 2nd, Mowry sent me an email including the response from Tinder, which stated there were no records associated with any of the identifiers C provided. At this time, there is no indication records to support C's tip exist in Tinder's records. If further information are found, I will request a search warrant for Tinder. Yeah, the Kibbe Dome is on UI territory. Brett Payne, FBI lead 249. On March 6th, 2024, I conducted a follow-up on a tip from the FBI database. The tip reported that a male RV had posted in a hiking group on Facebook that he found a K-bar with a sheath while hiking in the Cascade Mountains. Investigation into this area of country did not yield a link to any known travel path of Koberger for the timeline in question. In addition, the knife was found with a sheath. I attempted to get in contact with V using the numbers provided to the FBI tip as well as TLO. None of the numbers were viable, and I was unable to contact V. This tip is closed. And you know what's funny is even though he left the sheath behind, how do they know he didn't get another one or have another one? Me too, Lindsay. Me too, Lindsay. They had too much faith in Mowry. This is Brett Payne again. And this is another tip. I contacted EA on April 11th, 2024, referencing a tip in the FBI system. The tip stated a friend of A may have photos of the victims in this case from the night prior of the homicides. I spoke to A on the phone. I did not record my conversation. This is a summary of my interview with A. I asked A to tell me what she remembered, from the night before the homicides. He didn't think it was important to record someone who saw them the night before that was a male. What is wrong with you, Brett Payne? All of these should have been recorded. How do we know Payne didn't miss something? Or how do we know something won't come out later that might match? Ugh. I asked A to tell me what he remembered from the night before the homicides. A told me he saw the victims at the White's party that had previously been mentioned in this case. A told me he saw Chapin and Kernodle at about 20 hours before they went home. I asked A if he had taken any photos. A told me he did not, but he remembered EV, a blank sorority member, was there taking pictures. A told me he thought she might have some photos that might show the victims. I asked A if there were anything else he could remember from that night. He said there was not. I thanked him for his time and concluded my conversation with A. I attempted to call V, but was only able to leave a voicemail. A short time later, V left me a return voicemail stating she was out of the area and would call me back when she was available. I will interview V upon her return, as well as add any photos she may have to this case. Where is the sense of urgency? Where's the sense of urgency? This was on April 11th of 2024. Do you think you could maybe email me or text me those pictures? I mean, why do you got to wait for her to come back? Right, Miranda. It's either incompetent or lazy. How do you win a case if you have no recordings and it's all hearsay from the cop? Okay, this one's Brett Payne again. This is KD interview. On Friday, April 12th, 2024, I met with KD at Moscow Police Department, referencing a tip D had called in during the investigation, wherein D said he was with some of the victims the night before the homicides and wished to provide his whereabouts. I recorded my interview with D and burned them into a CD. The following is my summary of my interview. I began by asking D to tell me what his background with the victims was. D told me he hung out with Kernodle frequently during his freshman year, prior to her dating Chapin. D told me he was in the circle of friends with the other victims and casually saw Funk in the fall of 2022. D later told me he spent the night with Funk on approximately 3 occasions. I asked D if he remembered any of the victims telling him about any strange occurrences. He told me he did not. I asked him if he went to any of the parties at 1122 King Road. D told me he did, and that there were roughly 20 people at the parties when he went. I asked D if he and the other party attendees would have noticed someone unwelcome at the party. D told me they would have, and that did not occur at any point when he was there. I asked D to tell me what he remembered about what he did the day prior to the homicides. D told me he went to 1122 King Road the morning of 11/12 at approximately 10 in the morning to have a couple of drinks with the residents prior to the football game. D said they all went to the Whites for a party prior to going to the football tailgate. D said they left that party and went to the football tailgate at halftime of the game. He was unsure what time and stayed out in the parking lot. I asked D what he did after the tailgate. He told me the victims all left and he went back to blank, his fraternity. D said he ate some food and went to sleep for the night. I asked D what he remembered about the next morning. D said a fraternity brother woke him up around noon to check on him since he had stayed at 1122 Road prior and the vandal alert had been issued for homicides there. D said from then on, he and his fraternity brother stayed in the house together until they all left town the next day. I asked him if Funk told him anything about what happened. He said she did not, and he did not ask Funk about it. I asked D if there was anything else he thought I should know, and he told me there was not. Brett Payne, tip follow-up on you. On Thursday, April 11th, 2024, I requested assistance from MPD campus officers with locating information on PU, who had called a tip into the FBI tip line, stating he worked for UI Security and had found a knife packaging, but no knife. Officer Rosinski requested contact information for you from UI Security. However, their records showed you never worked for UI Security, nor did they have any contact info for him. Officer Rosinski also advised he looked for you in TLO, but could not locate any information from him about him. Due to lack of contact information and further reports from you, this tip will be closed. Brett Payne. Initial email discovery batch. On April 18, 2024, I booked a thumb drive of evidence containing emails from the following personnel in response to a discovery request by the defense counsel in this case as of April 2nd, 2024. Alex Jenkins, Aaron Morris, Brett Payne, CM, Anthony Dollinger, Dustin Blaker, Eric Warner, KP, James Fry, Joe Sieverding, Jacob Tesdall, KS, MA, Jonathan Rosinski, Shane Gunderson, and TS. There are more emails pending conversion to PDF. I wonder if Alex Jenkins is related to Chief Jenkins. Brett Payne, Soil Pollen Provenance Report. On Thursday, April 18, 2024, I received an email from IS, geologist, FBI. The report details the findings of the exam on the pollen contents of the soil found on the shovel, as well as its comparisons to the samples set in for comparison. The report states that none of the samples are matched with the soil from the shovel. Look at that. None of the samples matched. Hey, thriller reader. Y'all can catch up on fast speed. You're good. You're good. But yeah, none of them matched. How about that? Additionally, the report states the soil from the shovel contained high amounts of pine pollen and single pollen grains from plants that are not naturally distributed in the Moscow, Idaho area. Basswood and red maple were found in the soil recovered from the shovel. However, both are commonly planted ornamental species. So what do we think? That is pretty cool, isn't it, Lindsay? But what do you think? They said, oh, it was somewhere in Moscow, right? Now we have reports saying, there was lots of pollen from pines and from plants that are not naturally in Moscow. What about why? What about why? All right, 275. Are you guys still with me? They said that they determined it did not come from east of Moscow. So you think Black Hawk, it was at that little pull-off place? I want to show you guys if you haven't seen this. Sorry, I don't know why I'm so stuffed up. I think because I have a fan blowing on me. Okay, so Asget Industries. We're not going to watch the whole thing right now, but I do want to show you part of it.
Hi guys, since Brian Koberger pled guilty.
Wait. Okay, so she shows this. Here, let's watch this part here.
Exit onto a road that leads straight to Washington state line. And about that same time that Dylan runs to Beth's room, Koberger is entering Washington state. This is all part of Koberger's pre-planning, including finding a place to stop and get rid of any evidence. This place here fits that planning. This area here, pointed out by the arrow, is a little group of trees with a small area that you can park a car on. This is what it looks like from the road. At 4:30 in the morning, while changing clothes and getting cleaned up at this location, one could feel completely safe while being able to see the headlights of a car coming from miles away. As this pivots around, you can see how this is out in the middle of nowhere, and a pre-dug hole near some of these trees would hide forever any evidence that Koberger was trying to get rid of. It's important to remember that Koberger was studying criminal behavior and the legal system. This would have motivated him to plan things to the smallest of details, like plastic on the seats to conceal DNA, or crossing state lines because the jurisdiction of one area would take hours to get assistance from the other. He's also smart enough to know that this 10-minute stop would likely never be on the radar of the authorities.
So the reason she picked this place was because he was here for 10 minutes. He did something for 10 minutes at this spot, according to his phone.
Especially after he crosses back into Idaho and then turns his phone back on. Let's pick back up where we left off at his 10-minute stop. He continues on with his plan, knowing that he's completely cleaned up and that there's no...
Okay, so I just wanted to show you guys that area. And I wonder if that area was checked. He had 10 minutes spent there. It could be anywhere, you know. But before we end today, I do want to play that whole thing because I think it's very interesting and it's a really good, she did a really nice job with that. Brett Payne, CT tip. On Thursday, April 25th, 2024, I received a note from MPD reception to call CT. CT was born in 1943. I called T, who agreed to come to MPD and speak with me. They couldn't go out to the old man's house? It's a woman born in 1943. Do you know how old she is? This is a summary of my conversation with T, not verbatim, of course, because Payne did not record this one either. I asked T what made her decide to speak with me on this date. T told me her good friends had convinced her to talk to MPD to make sure what she knew was at least conveyed to law enforcement. I asked T to tell me what she knew. T told me she and her husband went to the Costco in Clarkston, Washington on 11/13/2022 to pick up new glasses for T. She told me they left Costco around 2 to 2:30 that afternoon and drove north across Red Wolf Bridge. T told me when they turned eastbound onto the highway from the bridge, she saw a man walking in the grassy area between the river and the highway. T stated she thought this was strange, as there was nothing for anyone to be doing there. God bless old ladies, right? Nosy old ladies. You gotta love them. She stated the man was walking eastbound and noticed her staring at him. T said the man looked up at her and then appeared to look down and avoid her gaze. I asked T what the man looked like. T told me she had seen much of the news coverage regarding Kohberger, and that was what came to her mind, but she was not certain he was the person she saw. I asked her if the man she saw would match Kohberger's appearance, and she said it would. I asked T what the man was wearing. She told me she thought it was strange, as the man was wearing nice clothes. I asked if business casual was a fair classification. She said it was. T stated she did not see a car the man was walking to and thought that was strange. T said they drove away and that's all she knew. T had drawn a map of the location. I booked the drawing into evidence. On Tuesday, April 30th, I drove the area T described with Blaker. The area T described as where she saw the man is not visible from the highway once you turn east off the bridge. Anyone walking in that area would have to be very near the guardrail, as the hill is relatively steep and drops away from the highway most immediately. I called T back on Thursday, May 2nd, and asked her to clarify. T told me the man was on the hill roughly in the middle. T called me back a short time later and told me the man may have been further east along the hillside. I will continue to validate whether or not T's recollection of events is plausible. Probably was him. It probably was him. What bridge? Red Wolf Bridge? I mean, he was in Clarkston. What time was it? 2 to 2:30 on the 13th. Does that track with his 13th trip to Clarkston? The Red Wolf Bridge. Let's look at it. Red Wolf Bridge. Snake River. Dude, it probably was his ass. It probably was him. Put a 1 in chat if you think this could have been him. He was in that area. Let's go down by the overpass. Dude. I mean, I don't know exactly what area they're talking about here, but this is that bridge. And this is the terrain around there. That's the Snake River right there. He was in Clarkston from noon to 3 or 4. Then Johnson, 5:30 to 8:30. Thanks, Mike. Yeah, on the 13th, after the murders. That's when he went to Albertsons. He was picked up on, really, Flo? He was picked up on the Kate's Cup of Joe in Clarkston. Pretty wild, huh? So I'm assuming it's like this hill she saw him in? Dude, what if someone went there and actually found the shit? Like, what if the stuff is actually out there in this grassy knoll? Look at, there's pine. There's pine right there. I don't know. I think they should metal detect all of this. And that side. Isn't that beautiful? Look at those mountains and stuff. Oh, everything he was wearing. Yeah, this is the Snake River, Sarah. This is it. Let's go past the bridge and look from this direction.
You don't hold account.
So I don't know, but she didn't see a car, so I don't know. It is really pretty there. Someone needs to go metal detect out there. Imagine finding like a jumpsuit or a glove or something. Look, there's a rainbow. Wait, what's this area? So you would think over here would have cameras if he went by this place. I would think they have cameras. I don't know. It's pretty wild. Okay. I just wanted to see what that was. Back to the dock. The Red Wolf Bridge. So they were driving across it when they turned eastbound onto the highway from the bridge. She saw a man walking in the grassy area between the river and the highway. Oh. She thought it was strange as there was nothing for anyone to be doing there. The man was walking eastbound. Huh. We'll never know. Hey, Amy Darcy Marie. Lab report thumb drive. This is number 276. We are in the home stretch, people. On Thursday, May 2nd, 2024, I received a thumb drive from evidence custodian TS, EC, and S. Had downloaded lab reports from a secure link in response to a request from the prosecutor's office. I reviewed the folders and found they contained lab reports referencing the SNP profile as well as the trace evidence analysis for this case. I booked the thumb drive into evidence the same day. Brett Payne, second email dump. On Tuesday, March 7th, I burned the following emails, 2,991 emails to a disk. These were for Martin, Barrett, Smith, Dollinger, Hathaway, Vargas, Fox, Fry, and Mowry. Ooh, yeah, it's me, Micro, the clothes and the thumbs up pic. See, now I'd like to ask that woman, was he wearing, this? Oof. That's right. He took a shower and he put on those dress clothes that morning and then went to freaking... Oh, I have goosebumps. You just gave me goosebumps. Creepy. Yeah, I mean, you see someone in dress clothes walking around in an area next to a river by an overpass, you're going to be like, that's a little out of place. Hey, Beans. Okay, Brett Payne. This is 278. I was notified on May 8, 2024 by the prosecutor's office that the audio portion of my interview with CT did not appear to be working as it was provided to them. Big surprise. Evidence custodian S also stated he could not get the audio stream to work for the recording. I logged into Exact Vision, the program used to record interviews at MPD, to ascertain why the audio stream did not get downloaded. After attempting to re-download the interview, I learned the audio recording for the interview room didn't work. Who's S? Who's CT? I reviewed the footage and could see where I flipped the audio switch on prior to the interview. In addition, I ensured both audio and video streams were downloaded for the duration of the interview. However, it appears the microphone recording system did not function and did not record any audio for this interview. Goodness gracious. Who is CT? Brett Payne, Officer Nunez's emails. On Friday, May 17, 2024, I downloaded the final batch of emails from current MPD employees. Officer Nunez was the only person who had emails in this batch. I know, it's like watching Beej. Technical issue after technical issue. Lawrence Mowry, Cast Viz working files. Previously, the Latah County Prosecutor's Office requested any Cast Viz session logs pertaining to the phone number blank. I did not locate nor remember creating any session logs pertaining to the screenshots I created previously using Cast Viz. While preparing for the motion to comply hearing, oh, here we go. Is this freaking Mowry? While preparing for the motion to comply hearing set for May 23rd, 2024, I found the following files. Oh, wow. They appear to be 2 zip files containing what appear to be Cast Viz session files. Koberger, 48-hour records, zip. Koberger, full records, zip. I also located the following
has
files.
Supported the stream using J4J Live. Thank you for all the time you put in. Your honesty and your giggles are the best.
Oh, thank you so much. 3 sides. 3 sides used my J4J tip jar. Thank you so much. And Flobo coming in with $10. Nope, he didn't do a 5x5. They should have checked it, right? Thank you so much, you guys. I also located the following files with the session data files. LOCDBOR, near crime scene, working CDRs, and export. I located the emails from FBI Special Agent Nick Balance, providing me with the files above. In trying to open these files in CastViz to verify them, I received an error message. In reviewing the metadata, it showed the version of CastViz used to create them was 28.0.0. In speaking with FBI agent Sean Kennedy, who teaches CastViz trainings, he informed me I would not be able to open a previous version session file in a newer version of the software. Oh, Jesus. So he's getting on the phone with the FBI trainer to try to figure this out. In examining the drawings.json file, I found references to 1122 King Road and blank blank Pullman, Washington. Out of the abundance of caution, I placed these files into a folder named CastViz. I then located the folder in which the data I used for the CastViz session where I saved screenshots for exhibits. No session files were located. The screenshots had a date of 4/19/2023. Out of an abundance of caution, I placed these files into a folder named Mowry. These files were placed onto a DVD and put into evidence. This is messy. Brett Payne, counseling clarification with D. On Tuesday, May 28th, 2024, I contacted JD via telephone to clarify whether or not he ever sought counseling help through the UI. This is Jack DeCour. DeCour told me the only support he ever sought out was academic help due to his difficulties with academic testing. DeCour told me he did not seek any mental health or emotional counseling prior to the homicides. He only sought help via private counseling services after the homicides. So how nice of him to follow up with Jack DeCour on May 28th, 2024 to see if he's gotten counseling. way to look out for the victims. I mean, are you kidding? Why didn't the university reach out to Jack DeCour? Where was Blaine Eccles? Isn't that his name? Blaine Eccles? They're starting to piss me off. First with how they treated the Goncalveses, and now this. Like, oh, May 2024. Let's check on Jack. Weird. They wanted to make sure he was okay for trial. That's all. They wanted to know if he had gotten any therapy, any treatment, because they told Bethany or Dylan that she couldn't get that electro whatever magnetic treatment because they wouldn't be fit for trial to testify. Thank you, Crypto Catherine, for your $3 super sticker. They had no victims advocates for these people. Oh, wow. Cian, that's crazy. So much water. Yeah. Poor Jack. The dean of students should have been tending to Jack and making sure he was okay, to be honest. I mean, they wanted the UI wanted to be so involved in this. Brett Payne. Former MPD employee emails. Former? Let's see. On Tuesday, May 28, 2024, I was notified by City of Moscow IT manager, CC. Why is the manager of the Moscow IT need to be blanked out? CC that the last batch of MPD emails had been converted to PDFs. Did you hear my dog go? Rrr? Who is it, Summer? She loves to talk. These emails were from employees who worked for MPD at the time of the homicides, but left MPD in the subsequent months. I downloaded the emails from the email archiver by searching all emails from the following personnel starting on 11/13. Casey Green. So Casey Green is gone. He's the one who was in the body cam when they were in the back of the house for the noise complaint. He kind of has that like build like Brian's dad. And he was kind of standing there looking up at the house. That's Casey Green. Elijah Flaherty. John Lawrence. Oh. Josh Kimberlin. Justin Dean. And Roger Lanier. Roger Lanier celebrated his second retirement. I know she does, Kay Miller. She's like, weird. Here. Summeroo. She only talks when I don't talk to her. Yeah, she wanted to get some kind of treatment done for PTSD and she couldn't. Because they said she wouldn't be a reliable witness. It's not like an approved therapy or whatever. So poor Dylan literally put her therapy off for 3 years. It's just not fair. And then for it to end up in a plea like it did. You know, it's just, it sucks. It just all sucks. Brett Payne, weather data for 11/12/11/13, 2022. On July 2nd, I accessed the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration's website for historical weather data titled National Service Centers for Environmental Information. Within this website, I accessed the local data tool and selected the state of Washington to search for weather stations. I located the Pullman Moscow Regional Airport weather station and requested data for the dates 11/12 to 11/13. This is great research. Within this tower data, I selected the following information: daily output, hourly precipitation output, hourly remarks output, and documentation. I completed the above mentioned date range and requested the data be sent to my department email. I received it and I located da 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 da. The most pertinent information was located on pages 2 and 3. The hours from 14:33 on 11/12 until 6:53 on 11/13 show the observation of OVC 08 under sky conditions. On page 10 is a section detailing what these values mean. And then he's got it all written out. Basically, this information appears to show the sky was over. Holy shit. What are they fighting about? Hold on a second, guys. Did you just give them treats? Even Streamlabs said yikes. Oh my God, that scared me. Could you guys hear that? Two bitches, you know, sometimes they, one wants to rule the other. You heard it, Flo?
La 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 la. You don't hold account.
All right, we're on to 284. We're all good. Yeah, they just went at each other. It was just laying there in the other room, and it just like startled the shit out of me. Brett Payne, IT assistance with workstation check 157. On June 26, 2024, I requested assistance from Moscow IT manager CC, determining what logins may have been created for use on MPD computers by any other agency personnel, FBI or ISP. Wow. June 26, 2024. Look at this. C told me the following names were created during the time frame of 11:13 to 12:30. Blank, all of these. C also told me numerous MPD computers have been rotated out since that time frame, and the drives on those computers have been wiped clean. I requested C access those usernames and make sure there was nothing case related on them. They had computers rotated out with evidence still stored on them. My God. I'm sorry. It sounds like everybody's getting home from work, shutting their doors. You're going to hear barking. Hey, hey, Dr. Ivana. Brett Payne. H tip attempt to contact. On 6/20/2024, I received an email containing a voice tip reference in this case. I listened to the attached file. The woman stated her name was HH with a phone number of blank. H stated she had information that would clear Koberger of the homicides. She did not state what this information was and requested a phone call. On 7/1/2024, I attempted to call H to interview her about her statements. Hold on. I know. Freaking Amazon or something. I attempted to call H to interview her about her statements. H did not answer, but there was an option to leave a voicemail through the message that did not state who the number belonged to. I left a voicemail and I requested H call me. At the time of this report, I have not received a phone call from H. HH, and she can clear Koberger of the crimes. Interview about green jacket. What? On Wednesday, July 10th, 2024, Sergeant Gilbertson and I met via Zoom with M, her blank, and their blank. RM referenced the green and pink jacket that was tested by defense counsel in this case. The interview was not recorded. It should be noted the jacket was initially not collected as evidence and was turned over to the M family as personal property. The box the garment was in was later returned to MPD upon defense counsel request. I asked M if she had seen the jacket in question. M told me the jacket did not look familiar at all, and her mother stated the same thing. M told us it was not uncommon for other sorority members to come into the house and leave clothes to use later, but she said she did not remember seeing the jacket. M did not have any further information on the jacket, so we ended our interview, which wasn't recorded. Green and pink, and he was on Zoom. He was on Zoom and he didn't record it. Do you know how easy it is? Do you know how easy it is to record on Zoom? Green and pink jacket that no one recognized. Poll camera hard drives received from the FBI. On Tuesday, July 16, 2024, S.A. Hill delivered 3 internal hard drives to Moscow PD. These drives were prepared by the FBI IT and turned over to S.A. Hill for delivery. So look in July of 2024, they were still getting evidence from the FBI. No wonder Ann Taylor wasn't ready. So there was 3 different drives, and they booked those into evidence. When did they hand them over to the defense? I don't know. Moose Girl? Yeah, most definitely. Brett Payne, supplemental number 73, another correction. On July 25th, 2024, I was asked by the prosecution in this case to review my supplement number 2073 to clarify where the 94 samples were in relation to this supplement, as I only listed 4 samples as being booked into evidence. I reviewed my supplemental and readily recognized there was a typing error. The sentence reads, quote, in addition, there were more blood spatter spots on the wall in the entryway into the living room. Samples of each were collected, 94 in total. An ISP, Detective Talbot, took photos of the residence. The error occurred when I typed 94 in total. This was supposed to read 4 in total. I failed to hold the shift key to select the parentheses on the 9 key, which resulted in a 9 being typed instead of parentheses. The sentence was meant to read as follows. In addition, there were more blood spatter spots on the wall on the entryway into the living room. Samples of each were collected, 4 in total. And ISP Detective Talbot took screenshots of the residence. SG tip follow-up attempts. On June 29th, 2024, I attempted to contact a SG at blank, referencing a tip G had emailed to the tip line. G claimed to have information about Kohberger and a man named NT. G claimed to have tangible proof Kohberger was framed. G did not answer when I called her on 6/29/24, so I left a voicemail. I did not receive a return call. This is pain. I attempted to call G again on 7:30. Upon calling, someone answered the phone, did not say anything, and then hung up quickly before I could speak. At the time of this writing, I am unable to contact G. I will update further if I am able to get in contact with her. TJ tip follow-up. On Tuesday, July 30th, 2024. This is a year ago today. TJ from Clarkston, Washington, emailed a tip to Chief Dollinger saying she had information about seeing Koberger the morning of the homicides. I called Jay and asked her to tell me what she knew. I did not record our conversation. Jay stated she was in Clarkson on 11/13/2022 at approximately 10 o'clock and went to the Albertsons there to pick up coffee and donuts. Jay said she had seen the U of I alert on Facebook as she was standing in line, called her boyfriend to tell him about it. Jay said it was at this point she noticed the man in front of her, who she thought could have been Koberger. Jay said the man was wearing khaki pants, brown shoes, a salmon-colored button-up shirt, a surgical COVID-type mask, and purple surgical gloves. Weird. Jay said she didn't think anything of it at the time. Oh, this was after COVID? Or during COVID? This was after COVID. Right? I think so. I don't know. Jay said she didn't think anything of it at the time, but thought she should let law enforcement know after seeing the photos of Koberger. God, 2 years later. Jay said she did not have further information. I thanked her and ended our conversation. The only thing that doesn't track is a salmon-colored shirt. I mean, that could have been a doctor or who knows. COVID was 2020. So this person was wearing a COVID mask and purple surgical gloves, not wanting to touch nothing. Sounds like Brian. I mean, he could have changed shirts. Who knows? Who knows what he did? It's interesting, though, because the times do track. Did you get more of those? You might be able to find one in there if you look. Okay, MPD workstation check. Follow-up number 157. On July 2nd, 2024, I sent an email to the All Police Group via MPD email. This group encompasses all current employees of the Moscow Police. In the email, I requested all personnel to log into any workstation they may have used during the investigation and check for anything on the computer that may be of evidentiary value in order to ensure there were no outstanding items. I requested a response before the end of the following week if anything was found. I did not receive a response from any MPD employee. I thought the bathroom picket was white. Dr. Vanna, that's funny. I mean, it could have been a doctor. You know, you never know. It does sound like it was Berger. Brett Payne, PIO documents. Item number 910, thumb drive. On Wednesday, July 31st, 2024, I received a thumb drive from Chief Dollinger. The thumb drive contained all public information officer information for this case, to include press releases. 293. More jail calls and messages. Danny Vargas, Koberger jail phone calls, mail, and messages. On August 7th, 2024, I booked a DVD that contained the following files. Copies of all outgoing and incoming mail from 2/9 to 8/7/2024. Messages from 3/26 to 6/26/2024. And then from 6/26 to 8/2, and then 8/2 to 8/6. And then phone calls folder comes from CM at the ISP. Koberger calls 3, 6, 7, 8, and then 1, 2, 4, and 5. Quite a few calls to Mama. Koberger calls April 24, 2024 to May 2024. This document lists all the calls between April and May of 2024. That's 1 month. The calls in red are not complete. The calls in orange were transcribed using TurboScribe. The calls in black were transcribed by me. Oh, I want to get the transcripts. Here's more. 3, 4, 5 Koberger calls from June to August. Brian Koberger calls 2, Word doc. Oh, we've got video visits too. Look. Video visit on 7/27/2023. I don't know if this is the visitor, M, or if this is the person that got the files. But 1600 hours, he had a 30-minute visit, and then at 1632, he had another 30. So it was an hour video visit. Could it be his lawyer? Or would his lawyer not be included in that? I don't know. No, because they wouldn't get his lawyer's conversations. They don't get to get those. So that would be a video call with somebody. Brett Payne, supplemental discovery requests for IM messages. All right, so he's requesting all of the instant messages from dispatch for Corporal Payne and all other users for 11/28, 12/16, 12/20, and then communications report for all instant messages of Moscow police with dispatch and all other users for the 13th of November. $295. Lawrence Mowry, devices to evidence. On July 22nd, 2024, I transferred 4 items previously secured in the Moscow Police Department Forensic Lab to the MPD evidence room. I received these items from the FBI and they were placed in a secure storage area upon receipt. No further analysis or extractions were completed on the devices. Okay, The 4 items listed were a Samsung phone belonging to Brian Koberger. And look, 2 years later, and he can't even spell his name right. Not that it matters, but Samsung phone belonging to Brian, Samsung hard drive belonging to Brian, Samsung and Seagate hard drives belonging to Brian, and Acer laptop belonging to Brian, which were previously in the hands of the FBI. Yeah, she was in a slasher movie. You can actually watch it online. It's still out there. I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head. Somebody remember the name of the slasher flick she was in? Dustin Blaker, contact with Kitsap County in reference to a tip given to the FBI. On November 8, 2022, so well before the arrest, I was asked to follow up on a tip submitted to the FBI from an unknown person in Kitsap County. The tip provided a male in his 60s was seen trying to entice children in Kingston, Washington, and he was driving a white Hyundai Elantra with Washington plate blank. The report also stated the male possibly worked or hung out near the Arco gas station in Kingston, Washington. The tip also stated the male had reported he was thinking of moving to Moscow. I contacted a deputy, Aaron Logdahl, and asked him if anyone had made a report to them from 2021 about an older male trying to entice children. Deputy Logdahl advised me they did have a report and stated the case was closed and he did not have a suspect in the case. The plate returned to a C or JB from blank, Washington. Deputy Logdahl provided me with this info, then told me he would go to Arco and do some follow-up. He called me back a short time later and told me he talked to several employees at Arco, and none of them remember an older male matching that description or anyone who drove a white Hyundai Elantra. On August 6th, I received an email for discovery. Here's Ann Taylor, that pesky Ann Taylor wanting discovery. And it was asking if we had any reports from this tip. Once I remembered what the tip was and what I did with it, I realized I never called Kitsap County back to get a copy of the report. Hey, Texas Ranger. On August 8th, 2024, I called Kitsap County and received a copy of Deputy Longdahl's agency assistant report he completed for his assistance with me. I also received a copy of the original report submitted to Kitsap County on April 15th, 2021. No, it's 2020. What? He's all over the place. 2 days back. That's it, Potato. 2 days back is the name of the movie. No suspect was ever identified in the case from Kitsap County. Nothing from this tip led us to believe it was related to the homicides. Christ almighty. So Ann Taylor kind of was having to stay on that ass? Just saying. Brett Payne, Eugene, Oregon, White Elantra follow-up. On Tuesday, August 6, 2024, I received another discovery request from the defense. In this case, asking for documentation about a tip received and later acknowledged in an MPD press release about a white Hyundai Elantra that was found in Eugene, Oregon. That was the one that was all smashed up and left abandoned, right? The FBI tip line also received numerous tips about this vehicle. It was found that no report was written at the time. Oh, my God. So Chief Fry mentions it in a press release, but they wrote no report. It found no report was written at the time, which documented what information was obtained by the investigative team. However, the vehicle was deemed to be irrelevant in the investigation. How are we supposed to believe that? In order to obtain the information likely used to make this determination, I contacted Eugene PD on August 8th, 2024, and requested any information they had about the White Elantra. I later received a secure email from EPD containing 4 attachments. They're scrambling around to get discovery for Ann Taylor. It does, Potato. It's like reading that blotter. Huh. The first was a press release referencing the vehicle. The other 3 were incident reports about the vehicle. The following information was obtained from the incident reports. The White Elantra, bearing Colorado license plate blank, was involved in a crash on 12/17/2022 in Eugene, Oregon. Law enforcement and fire responded and contacted the driver. The vehicle was reported 2 other times, hence 2 reports. 1 driver's license was run during the report and listed as AR. The vehicle was crashed and had extensive front damage. The RO of the vehicle was determined to be AG. It is unclear who contacted G at the time of the report, but the determination was made that the vehicle was of no interest to investigators. And that was August 6th of last year. Yay, welcome in, Dr. Vanna. Thank you for joining. And Nikki G, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. Morgan LaFay, Texas Tornado, Criminal Med, Regina, and A. Welcome in. Come on in. Right, Kay Miller? And here we were like, oh my God, she's so ridiculous. Thank you again so much. All right, this one is AL Discovery Request Follow-Up, Brett Payne. On Tuesday, August 6th, 2024, I received another discovery request from the defense counsel in this case, asking for the identity of blank in reference to surveillance video of Mogen and Goncalves on the night of the homicides. It was determined with the limited information available at the time that blank was likely AL, Adam. This is Adam. Okay, so on August 6th, she's fishing around, and Taylor's fishing around for Adam. Oh my God, Becky. I would respond to you, but I think you're back at the beginning and you don't know how to use your fast forward button. Elle worked at the Corner Club and was a friend of the victims and of Jack DeCour. Elle was interviewed by ISP detectives on 11/18, and the interview was documented under ISP Supplemental 5. So Adam was interviewed by the Idaho State Police. Maybe it was actually recorded since Payne didn't do it. Here is item 915. Pullman PD information. On August 7th, 2024, I emailed PR Support Services Manager for the Pullman Police in order to request the following information related to this case. All reports, videos, photographs, notes, and communications from Pullman regarding their involvement in this case, including, but not limited to, all records from Sergeant Chris Engel, copy of Love's spreadsheet as referenced in Sergeant Engel's email to PD's officers. Love's? This information was requested by defense counsel in this case, right? Another discovery request. This is August 2024. The files provided contained extensive email correspondence related to the search for Kohberger's name in the PPD email system. Spreadsheets from Officer Love, St. Andre, and Sergeant Engel. MPD vehicle list and a body camera download. PPD also advised they search their IM database for the keyword Kohberger and found 0 results. Supplemental 300. Dustin Blaker. Text between myself and D and B. On August 27, 2024, I received an email from MS in reference to Discovery Request 407. Text communications between DM and myself, and 408 text message between BF and myself. I went through my phone and found the text conversations I had with Dylan and Bethany back in 2022. I took screenshots of the text and I have electronically attached them to this case file. I have also sent digital copies to M for discovery purposes. So he never even turned over his conversations with the girls? Weird. All right, let's move on to the next. Last batch, guys, would be 301 to 314. 14 pages, and then we are going to be caught up on all of this. Here we go. Brett Payne, narrative, H tip. Oh, on my birthday. On Monday, November 11th, 2024, I was notified via an email from Sergeant Gunderson that a woman named HH. Oh, this is HH. That's the same initials as before. Had called Whitcomb with information relating to this case. More specifically, she alleged she could exonerate Kohberger. H hung up with dispatch prior to them gathering further information. The call notes were as follows. Caller is advising she is trying to reach the attorney for Brian Kohberger. She was a mandated reporter/victim advocate, and it is advising she has information that would prove his innocence. She sent the attorney a letter on how to reach someone that can confirm they are representing Kohberger, attorney and Taylor Law Offices. I called H when I returned to duty on November 14, 2024. I advised her of who I was and asked if she could relate the information she claimed to have. So you know the only reason that he called her back was because she was trying to reach Ann Taylor. And he knew. H told me she sent a letter to Ann Taylor's office with the information, would not disclose what she knew to me. I advised her it was my obligation to learn of possible exculpatory evidence. She told me she had never met Kohberger or even spoken to him, but she knew he was not the person who committed the murders. I attempted to explain why it was important for me to know of the information she had, but H would only tell me to do a FOIA request so you can learn my maiden name. She also stated if I did so, the FBI would immediately contact me. I asked her if she had contacted the FBI, to which she replied she had not, but they would know as soon as I searched her name. H then said she did not want any further involvement hung up on me. Based off H's inability or unwillingness to offer any information, there is no further avenue to proceed to reference this call. Oh, wait, I got ahead of myself here. That was 3:05, I think. It was. I got ahead. That's all right. Brett Payne, inmate transport video review. On August 21st, 2024, I received an email from Deputy Prosecutor Ashley Jennings containing a link to a recent inmate transport wherein one inmate mentioned Kohberger. I accessed the secure link and watched the video. The male inmate, blank blank, was being transported to southern Idaho and was talking to a female inmate, blank blank. During their conversation, blank stated he was housed in Max, to which blank replied, "Oh, were you in there with Kohberger?" Blank stated he was. Blank asked, "How is he?" Blank stated, "A fucking weirdo." Blank continued to say if he wasn't worried about further legal repercussions, he would have physically assaulted Kohberger. Blank then asked Blank if Kohberger did it, referencing the homicides. Blank affirmed this statement and added he was a pretty good judgment of people and that his, Kohberger's, eyes tell a story. This was the extent of the conversation about Kohberger. Based off the limited information conveyed by Blank and the fact he did not mention speaking to Kohberger about the homicides, there will be no further follow-up conducted with Blank. Brett Payne, 302 PPD info number 2. I received an additional email on August 27, 2024 from KB with Pullman PD stating they located additional communications referencing Kohberger. The email contained the secure link, also stated the public records was complete. I accessed the records database and downloaded the files. I wonder what they were. Brett Payne, blank interview. On Monday, September 16th, 2024, I spoke to Blank. Blank was an inmate at the Latah County Jail at the time and had been housed next to Kohberger since August of 2024 until Kohberger's transport on September 15th, 2024. I was made aware by Detective Vargas that Blank spoke about Kohberger while on a phone call with his mother. I responded to the Latah County Jail and spoke to Blank. I began by asking Blank what he thought of Kohberger having had lived next to him. Blank told me Kohberger was highly intelligent and polite for the most part. Blank told me Kohberger would often question him about his past criminal offenses and why he was in the maximum security wing of the jail. I asked Blank what he thought of Kohberger's intelligence. Blank stated Kohberger was the smartest person he had ever encountered while in confinement. Blank told me Kohberger quickly became annoyed because of some of his habits. Oh, he became annoying. He told me Kohberger would wash his hands dozens of times a day and would spend 45 minutes to an hour in the shower. I asked Blank if Kohberger slept at night. He told me Kohberger would be awake almost all night and would only take a nap during the day. Blank said he could hear Kohberger moving around all night, which also annoyed him. I asked him if Kohberger ever lost his temper. He told me on one occasion Kohberger was video chatting with his mother. which Blank said he did for hours each day while Blank was watching sports. Blank said, "You suck," to one of the players on the team, at which point Koberger immediately got up and put his face up to the bars and aggressively asked if Blank was talking about him or his mother. Blank said this was the only time Koberger lost his temper. I asked Blank if Koberger ever had mentioned anything about the crimes he was charged with. He said Koberger did not mention his alleged offenses at all. Blank told me Koberger was excited to move to Ada County. Blank stated he had served time at Ada County and noted he did not think Koberger would like to be there. I thanked Blank for speaking with me and advised him to notify deputies if he remembered anything else. God. Video calling with his mom multiple times, hours a day. I literally can't. Like, what would they talk about? Oh, Puffin. I'm at the part where you find a rainbow on the camera. Just adore you, Jay. In such deep, dark content, you are able to find light moments for us. Aw. This is the breaks. Have you seen anything released that relates with the food truck? Yeah, in the very beginning, they talked about, Showalter being at the food truck, and getting the Twitch video, but that's about it. So this is the one I already read about HH. So we're going to move on to 306. 306, my darlings. Brett Payne. Instagram tip follow-up. On December 5th of 2024, I was made aware of a tip reported during the investigation. The tip contained a screenshot of a thread of comments on an Instagram post. The user Blank had posted about progress pictures for weightlifting. A person by the name of Blank posted a response that stated, "Why did you kill those kids?" To which Blank responded by saying, "For fun." I searched this Instagram profile and could not locate the post in question, nor the comments associated. I called S on Monday, December 9th, 2024, and asked him about the post.
You're awesome.
He said the account wasn't his. S stated he only had one Insta under the username Blank, and he rarely used it. I was able to find this profile, which was private, and the profile photo appeared to closely resemble him. Then the Blank account. I asked S if he ever lifted weights or posted about it. He said he has never been much of a weightlifter, and again, the Blank account was not his. I thanked S for talking to me and ended our conversation. You mean to tell me they can't find out who it was? Blake says, I wonder if his thumbs up pic was to his mom.
You're awesome.
I wonder that too. I wonder what they talked about on the phone the morning of the murders, right? Thank you, new subscribers. Thanks for subscribing today. All right, we're on number 307, Park Ranger follow-up. On Monday, December 9th, 2024, I spoke to Park Ranger DM, the park ranger for Blank. I asked M if he was the park ranger in 2022. He said he was. Oh my God. He's doing this on December 9th of 2024? I asked him what his normal routine was for the park. He told me he would check the park numerous times a day during the summer camping season, but the frequency of checking the park would decrease as the fall season proceeded and there were fewer visitors. I asked M if he remembered seeing anything suspicious surrounding the time of the homicides. M told me he lives on site and did not remember anything out of the ordinary. He told me he would close the gate most nights, but not always, and he would not lock the gate. I mean, really? Over 2 years later? Listen to this. I asked him if he ever saw any suspicious vehicles, to include a white Elantra. Come on. M said he did not. M also told me he did not remember any suspicious people in the area either. I asked M if there was anything about the time of the homicides. He thought I should know. He said there was not. M stated there were not security cameras or anything else he could think of that would help. Fucking over 2 years later. Responding to some park to see if he saw anything out of the ordinary. Brett Payne, MM tip follow-up. On Friday, December 2nd, 2024. MM. Whoa. Is this the DoorDash? Who is that? Okay. Hang on. MM came into MPD. I don't know who it is yet. Requested to speak to me referencing a tip concerning the homicides. I spoke to M in the PD lobby. Oh my God. Why is he speaking about these with someone who has a tip in the fucking lobby of the PD? I did not record our conversation. M began by sliding me a note that asked if MPD was looking for a second person who could be responsible for the homicides. The note described a male, and the bottom said if MPD was not looking for another person to slide the note back to M and she would leave. I told M it was our duty to investigate tips that could result in exculpatory information. M reluctantly slid me another stack of handwritten letters. I read most of these letters and learned they concerned Z, F, M, blank. The letters described how ZF had lived near 1122 King Road approximately 6 months prior to the homicide and had made comments to M about how the parties kept him up at night. M also wrote F had behaved strangely after the homicides and had injuries to his hands. The rest of the letters, God, I'm so sorry. The rest of the letters concerned F's other behavior and suspected hacking activities, according to M. Oh, it sounds like a girlfriend or something. M also stated she gave consent for her DNA kits she submitted in reference to a past unrelated report from August of 2022 to be used. Okay. In talking with M, I learned F's strange behavior, not talking to M for extended periods of time, showing her memes at strange times, riding his scooter to Pullman, had been going on for several years prior to the homicides. M seemed concerned that F had psychotic tendencies and made her nervous at times. M stated F wore gloves almost always and had wounds on his hands and face on more than one occasion, which he stated were from scooter crashes. Aside from the fact F lived near 1122, I later confirmed he lived at blank until June of 2022 and behaved strangely. M did not have further reason to suspect blank as being involved. She was mostly concerned about his ongoing strange behavior. I told M if his behavior ever made her fear for her life to call 911. She said she'd do so. I thanked M for her time, and she left the letters with me, which I have attached to this case. Based off M's statements and lack of corroboration for F being involved in this crime, I will not be investigating any further. 309. Evidence refrigerator. This is number 309. On Friday, January 24th at approximately 7:50, I arrived at the Moscow Police Department to start my shift. When I reached my door, I could hear an electronic beeping noise. Upon entering, I determined the noise was an alarm from the evidence refrigerator unit. Oh my God. The evidence refrigerator unit. The digital temperature display read 60 degrees Fahrenheit. When I left the work the day before, Thursday, January 23rd at noon or at midnight, there was no alarm sounding. The evidence freezer, which is a separate unit, was not affected. I immediately contacted my supervisor, Captain Hathaway. Captain Hathaway recommended I transfer the items stored in this refrigerator to our secure outbuilding where other evidence is kept due to the lower temperatures outside. Oh, my word. I turned off the heating units inside the storage area and opened the large garage door to allow the inside temperature to drop quickly. Ugh. Where was the DNA at this point? The outside temperature was freezing that morning, and within 10 minutes, the inside temperature dropped to 50 degrees, which is the lowest number on the thermostat. All items were transferred by 8 o'clock. At approximately 12:30 on the same day, Captain Hathaway bought a new 20 cubic foot refrigerator to the outbuilding, which he plugged in and set the temperature. An hour or so later, I checked the temperature of this refrigerator. The thermostat read 40 degrees. I transferred all the items to this refrigerator where they will be temporarily stored until the primary refrigerator is repaired. No DNA extracts, oh, thank God, were stored in the evidence refrigerator. Those are stored in the evidence freezer. Below is a list of items affected that were being stored in the evidence refrigerator. Oh my gosh. Okay, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 blood swabs. Oh, Jesus. Y'all. Are you seeing this? All these blood swabs, blood samples, DNA blood card, head hair, pubic hair, nail clippings. Oh my God. All the swabs from the autopsy. Hand swabs, wrist swabs, neck swabs, oral swabs. Oh. Wow. For all the victims. Look at that. All the autopsy evidence. I mean, this is page after page. Look what else was in there. Here we go. Buccal swabs, apparent hairs, cigarette butt, DNA swabs, stain swabs, cigarette butt, everything. Oh man, all the buccal swabs for all the people they checked. Look. Or buckle, whatever, however you say that. Wow, that's nuts. They could have torn that apart, you know? Hair, tissue? Is that like tissue, like... Yeah, I think it's like a facial tissue. Multiple hairs, lint and hair, Band-Aids, straw, earplugs, lollipop sticks, nail clipper, earplugs, used napkins, flossers, used Q-tip, straw, flossers, Q-tips, popsicle stick, animal hair, shower hair, drain hair, computer hair, pillow hair, counter swab, pillow swab, PSP, Pennsylvania State Police suspect swab, Koberger buckle swab, buckle O, buckle B. Oh my God. His pedal swab, gear swift, radio dial, seat belt, and phone swab were also in there. Take a look at all the evidence that was in the fridge that failed. And then he put it out in an open garage. And then transferred it to another. I can't. Well, I guess it wasn't, at least it wasn't the DNA. If it was the DNA, they'd really be in trouble, right? All right, we're on 310, guys. Just a few more to go. Thanks for sticking it out with me. Appreciate it. Danny Vargas, vitamin supplement, seized from Koberger vehicle. On April 3rd, 2025, I assisted TS and the prosecution team. Oh, my God. April 3rd, 2025. I assisted TS and prosecutors reviewing evidence in this case. A question was brought up if an Amadian vegan D3K2 vitamin supplement bottle, which had been seen in several photographs, had been booked into evidence, and S stated it had not. It was still in his Elantra. S checked with Detective Payne and was informed the vitamin bottle was still in the trunk of Koberger's white Elantra. This is April 3rd, 2025. I broke the evidence seal on the driver's side door of the Elantra and opened the trunk with the release lever, also breaking the evidence seal on the trunk. I located the vitamin bottle in the trunk in a plastic Ziploc baggie. I collected the bottle out of the trunk, counted the soft gel capsules in the bottle, 22 out of 120, and booked the bottle into evidence. I placed new seals on the door and trunk. Right, Lindsay? Why did he order more? Why did Gilbertson order vitamins, a knife, and a sheath? When until April of this year, the vitamins sat in Koberger's trunk. My God. I have a sound bite for this. I think it's fitting. Fitting without being disrespectful to the victims because it's true.
You're what the French call les incompetents.
For real. Transfer of JD fingerprints. Jack DeCoeur. Andrew Fox wrote this up. On May 29th, 2025, this is just this past May, ISP Lieutenant Darren Gilbertson called and advised that JD was scheduled to provide fingerprints at the ISP lab in Coeur d'Alene at 1 o'clock. Oh, what? Lieutenant Gilbertson requested that I respond to the ISP lab at that time and take custody of the fingerprints so they could be booked into evidence at Moscow and then sent to the ISP lab in Boise. I responded to the ISP lab and met with ISP staff and observed Jay provide the requested prints. The prints were sealed in an envelope and provided to me. I transported the envelope to Moscow. So they didn't even take Jack D's fingerprints? They took his fingerprints on May 29th, 2025? Did I read that right? Poor Jack. They're getting ready to go to trial and he gets called to give his fingerprints? Dustin Blaker, interview with EA. On May 22nd, 2025, I received an email from prosecutor Bill Thompson with a request to contact an LA. L wanted to report her daughter EA and one of her friends, AN, saw photos of them on Dateline from the latest special in reference to the Moscow murders. I contacted L on May 22nd, 2025, and she stated she would be available the next day, and I was not able to contact her. On May 29th, 2025, I called Elle and spoke to her by phone. L told me her daughter E watched the Dateline special. And when they were talking about photos of WSU students on Brian's phone, E was able to identify several of the photos of her and one of her friends, A, as being photos reported to have been found on Koberger's phone. I asked L if I could talk to E, and she provided me E her phone. E told me the following. E was a student at WSU in the fall of 2022 and was in a class where Koberger was the TA. E was in a class with her friend A. A was interviewed by ISP Detective Jacob Schwecke on March 2nd, 2023. E told me she had never talked to Koberger during class, but he did sit in close proximity to her on the rare occasions he would attend class. E told me she thought Koberger was socially awkward, but was not able to provide me any information about him. I asked E how she knew the photos were of her and A. Is this why the photos disappeared? Is this why there's no photos? Because they might get sued because they didn't tell these fucking girls that they were on Koberger's phone? Hear me out on this. Put your tinfoil hat on and hear me out. Could it be that they're saying, no, there was no photos at all on his phone? Nope. Don't exist. Because wouldn't there be a huge lawsuit? What if you found out that your 3 years later, you find out your daughter's picture was on a mass murderer's phone and they didn't let you know. They didn't let your daughter know. Hey, I see you. I see you. Seriously, though. Because we had all these photos leaked on Dateline, right? So far, so much so that Judge Hippler was launching an investigation, an independent one, no less, to find out who leaked the non-existent photos. They showed pics of them on a phone, yes, and they said that those were straight from Brian Koberger's phone, which is wild to me, right? Because if my daughter is on that phone, you better tell me. So the mom saw Dateline and she was like, hold up. That's my daughter and her friend. And she called Payne and said, dude, why in the fuck are my daughter's pictures being shown, basically, during Dateline? I've never heard a word about my daughter being on his phone. What are you talking about? Right? So we're still going to read through this document, but I want to take you back to the other day when Payne and I think Gilbertson did their press conference, and Gilbertson was like, no, there was no pictures. That was a rumor. Like that was a whole rumor. I don't know. Now I'm putting these together and I'm like, oh, they probably disappeared. Hey, Sunshine Stacy. Thank you for 27 months. Just weird, man. Yeah, those computers being rotated out, hard drives wiped clean. I don't think so, Jaded. I think they actually had a source. I really do. Too much was spot on. He said there were no relevant pics. Was that the word he used? Maybe not relevant to the charges. And they don't want to admit, that there was, because it will inflict panic, right? Okay, so anyways, let's keep going. I asked E how she knew the photos were of her and A. E told me she watched the Dateline episode, and she was able to tell the photos, which she believed had been taken off her Instagram account. E told me during 2022 her account was public, and this was possibly how Koberger found her photos. E was not able to provide me any other information related to this case. Yeah. He doesn't say there are and doesn't say there aren't. He wanted to know, how do you know? $313. 2 more to go. Danny Vargas. Additional Amazon purchases located in Koberger's vehicle. On June 26, 2025, I searched through Koberger's vehicle looking for the following items, which were on his Amazon purchase history, ordered on 6/20/2022. I previously looked up all the items ordered and had a photo of what the products look like. Lead brand scissor jack, 1.5 tons. Ratchet handle. EP, whatever, a lug wrench. Dorman spare tire. Worksite tire inflator, air compressor portable. Oakrish 70-piece tire repair kit. Cartman warning triangles. TS MPD evidence technician unlocked the secured garage where the Hyundai was being stored. I took photos of the vehicle prior to entry. I opened the driver's side door and opened the trunk using the lever, breaking both the driver's and trunk seals. I took photos of the trunk and items inside the trunk. What date was this? What? June 26, 2025? Hold on. When did the plea go through? She went to search his vehicle a month ago? What? Okay, so a scissor jack. I located a brand new spare tire in the trunk, which did not have a brand name on it. I searched the internet for this item. It was directed to Parts Geek. Dorman spare tire. Okay. You took numerous photos of the spare tire and left it in the trunk. I did not find the following items in the trunk. Wait a second. Oh, she's looking for these things. Oh, she ends up finding it. Okay. So she didn't find it, and then she placed all the items she removed from the trunk, with the exception of the scissor jack, triangles, and tire repair kit, back in the trunk of his car. I closed the trunk and driver's side door and placed evidence seals on both. I took photos of the vehicle and the evidence seals. Why do they keep the shit in the trunk? I booked the items removed from the trunk into MPD evidence. Blake and I looked through the evidence, which had already been removed from the vehicle, and located the following. God damn, it's all over the place. They got evidence in the trunk. They got evidence that's already been collected. They got evidence on random computers. So she found the shit. She found the ratchet handle. She found the lug wrench. I opened 23M0207 looking for one of the above items, but did not locate either. I resealed. The one Amazon purchase item, which was not located in the vehicle, is the worksite tire inflator, air compressor. I downloaded all the photos and copied them to a DVD. $314, y'all. This is it. This is the final document. Do-do-do-do. MM again. MM agency reports and video. On June 26, 2025, I reached out to Pullman and requested any reports, charging documents, and All recordings involving MM. This is the DoorDash. Listen. He didn't reach out and get it. They didn't get any information on MM until the damn body cam surfaced on YouTube. Let's see what date, because I think Plunder had it out first. So let's go visit our friend Plunder and see what day she put this out. Because I know it's been on YouTube for like 10 months, okay? But it didn't go like viral, if you'd say viral, you know. DoorDash driver, Idaho. Let's see what comes up here. All right. Which one is the first one? Probably this one.
Brian, there.
Okay, let's see the date. You guys ready for a bing bong?
You don't hold account.
I knew it. You guys can't see it. Again, the supplemental was written June 26th. Let me show you the date of this video, because Plunder found it and pretty much got it out there. June 14th. June 14th, they found out about Miss Molly. My golly, Miss Molly. Or June 26th, they decided to, we better find out what the fuck's going on with our witness. We better find out what the fuck's going on. She was walking around that neighborhood for 15 minutes. Get with Jenkins. On June 26, 2025, I reached out to Pullman PD Records Tech RR, requesting any reports, charging documents, and all recordings involving MM, date of birth 1980, from June 1st, 2022 to May 31st, 2025. I informed R I had located the following reports involving M and Spillman related to PPD. And then it's blanked out and it says R responded and provided me with a link to GovQA where I downloaded all the reports, body cam video, and other recordings. I reviewed the body cam footage from DR blank, blank, blah, 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 blank, blankety blank. And then at approximately 8 minutes and 30 minutes into the video, M talks about having to testify in the upcoming murder trial involving the 4 college girls because she is the DoorDash driver. M voice is muffled, but it sounds like she said, I saw Brian there, parked right next to him. On June 26, 2025, I contacted MPD Property Records Coordinator MA and requested any reports, charging documents, and all recordings involving MM from June 1st, 2022 through May 31st, 2025. I had located the following reports involving M and Spillman, blank. A replied and provided me with the 2 reports. No recordings were provided for the reports. Yeah, that's the DoorDash driver. Right, but what's funny is they didn't know shit about her history until June 26th, 2025. They're getting ready to go to trial. So when did the news of the plea deal come out? Wasn't it the 29th? 3 days later? Do you think this is a coincidence? Why did Brian agree to a plea deal? Because of the DNA? Because I think that with all of, I mean, we don't know everything yet, so I shouldn't speak that, but I don't know. You're going to lose your life. Why wouldn't you just take the chance? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, she walked around there for 15 minutes.
You don't hold account.
Okay, I think it was the 29th, but let's look. Brian Koberger plea deal made 3 weeks ago. July 1st. And what date was July 1st? A Tuesday. So yeah, it was actually June. It was actually June. Because remember, it happened on a weekend. Fucking 29th. That Sunday. That's when the Goncalveses got their... No, it was June 29th because that's when the Goncalves got their email. Let's see. Hold on. Four weeks ago. Here's Steve.
But I wanted you to have your say. I wanted you to be able to say out loud for everyone to hear what this means to you and your family.
This is June 30th. This is June 29th was the plea deal. The 30th was when it all went public. Okay? This is Steve. He's going to tell us what happened.
This is anything but justice. This is the opposite of our will. There was no majority believing that this was acceptable. I want to honor all the police officers, the FBI, and all the people that work their tail off. The failure is at the court level, 100%. But the men in the boots on the ground and the women that were out there working, I want to honor everything that they did for our children, 100%. The fault is in leadership and the people that you place this evidence upon. They were weak. They decided to play God and decide what this man's decision should be, and not a jury, not a peers, not his peers. They, so that's where we are today.
Walk me through what happened. Brian Enton, did some really great reporting at the top of this show here. But tell me from your perspective how the last 3 days have played out.
I would say ever since Hippler's demanded an independent investigation, they couldn't get away from this case fast enough. They've done everything to make this.
Ooh, you guys, do you think it's because... Oh boy. I think we might have just touched on what might have been a reason for the plea, if you will. The whole picture thing, right? The leaks. Once Judge Hippler wanted an independent investigation, they were scrambling. Are you guys hearing this? Oh my God. That's messed up.
Ever since Hippler's demanded an independent investigation, they couldn't get away from this case fast enough. They've done everything to make this case go away. So I don't know what that entails, but he said he was going to have an independent investigator, and all of a sudden we seemed like we were on rails to get rid of this case and make a plea deal. I mean, he's guilty. We all know he's guilty. There's more than enough evidence, but it's tough.
You know what? I see why he's pissed now. They took the plea deal to cover their asses. Period. End of story. They took the plea deal to cover asses. And Steve knows it. And he's pissed. And he's rightfully pissed. Because it wasn't for the right reason. It all just kind of came together with that aspect of it anyways. I'm not saying that's the only reason, but that's definitely an aspect of it, I would have to say. That's beyond effed up, man. And I bet the ball started rolling.
community-
If you go back and look at these documents, the ball started rolling when that woman, that mother, called and said, my daughter's in these pictures, man. And then they started scrambling. That's unbelievable. Wow. All right, let's go back to Steve.
Through this, and it could be bad for reputations and business identities, and there's fallout. But
ooh, and that rings to me too. Remember what I said the other day about how the freaking Moscow doesn't, like, the restaurants claim they were, he wasn't there. He didn't come into contact with the victims there. The Corner Club says, he was never here, because they want to save their image. It's bad business. They don't want to be known as the bar where the killer was stalking the girls and then they got, stabbed to death. That's horrible for business. Horrible. And then to hear that, he was a customer at the Mad Greek, right? I think they shut down and didn't open back up. But the Corner Club, that would hurt business. It would hurt the college. There's a lot of fallout. Like he just said, fallout was more important than justice for the victims. And this probably happens all the fucking time. This probably happens all the time, y'all. But this is such a public case that everybody's attention was drawn to it. They gagged everybody to try to stop it, thinking that they could just slide through or something. I don't freaking know. But this is wild to me. The timing of all of this.
this isn't the will of the victims. This is.
I understand him more now. Certainly
just
do.
One person. And there's fallout, but this isn't the will of the victims. This is just one person making a decision, and it doesn't reflect what we were asking for.
Okay, they might still go through with the investigation, but it's not going to have any bearing on a trial now. It doesn't matter. It's a done deal. They do the investigation. A cop gets a slap on the hand, gets thrown on the Brady list, maybe gets put on administrative leave, transfers to another department. Done. All done. Cleaned up. Bye. That's just how I see it. That's just how I see it. And put a 1 in chat if you see it too. It's okay if you don't. You don't have to agree with me. But I do see it a little more clear now.
Steve, did anybody ever call you from the prosecutor's office to just personally discuss this with you? Did anybody offer to meet with you in person to go over this potential plan?
We have meetings all the time on, particularly a lot of times on Friday. No. We had this regular meeting that we have to try basically do an update of what's going on, where things are at, because Idaho is actually an amazing state where it really does care about people. We just get one or two, people who just don't care about the victims and don't care about justice, and it's easy to take the weight out. It's easy to make an excuse and say, I'm doing this for the victims, even though I've never interviewed the victims. I've never really talked to them to find out what their true feelings are.
Never even interviewed them.
Here we are. We're stuck, and we can't get out of it. I ask your audience if anybody knows Judge Hippler, reach out to him and ask him to put his foot down and not accept this offer. It doesn't reflect anything in Idaho. This is not justice. Well,
you guys have to remember that when they heard this news too, they weren't even told. They weren't even told that how many times she had been stabbed. They hadn't even been told about her injuries.
An outsider come to our community, kill our kids in their sleep while they're getting a college education, doing everything that they should do, and we don't have the courage to hold him accountable. No plea deal. Let's go for this guy. 100%. let's do it. And that's how this family stands.
Steve, I know that, it's no secret your daughter Kaylee was so close with Maddie Mogen, best of friends.
I'll check
and
it out,
I know
Lindsay.
that you got to know the Mogen family as well. Have you spoken with the Mogen family, and do you know what their reaction is to this plea decision?
We actually just had a meeting with the prosecution and just tore into it and made it clear that we were not in support of this, but we also invited other families into that, and I'll let them speak on their own that were a part of that meeting, but we are in no way alone on this. Multiple families believe the same as we do, but I want to honor their abilities to speak independently and as their child. So I don't want to cross that line, but all I will say is there was no majority for this decision at all.
Okay. So that proved my point, though. The timing of this last document, which is the final one we have. Okay. We are done with the docs, but I want to check out what Lindsay was talking about. Crazy. My keyboard's not working. What the heck? Here, let me get it working. We'll watch this. I wanted to play this anyway. Okay, you ready? This is Asgat Industries. She made the reenactment for the Dateline episode. So she was actually privy to information too. So she's one that received some information in order to make her reenactment for Dateline, right? No, and Amy, he said, I mean, it's fine. Everybody grieves differently. You have 4 families and you're going to have a lot of dynamics. That goes without saying. So, all right, let's watch this. I actually want to make it bigger. Hold on. Yeah, this is really neat. I mean, not neat in what happens, but her talent is pretty astounding. Okay, here we go.
In this illustration, we're going to start at 3:30 a.m. At this time, everyone is asleep except for Xana. Looking inside the home, we can see where everybody was. Starting at the 3rd floor, we can see where Maddie and Kaylee were sleeping. Maddie was sleeping on the edge of the bed, while Kaylee was sleeping near the wall. As we go out and drop down to the 2nd floor, we can see Dylan's room directly under Maddie's room. Continuing across the living room onto the other side of the home, we see Xana's room. She's sitting in bed scrolling on her phone while Ethan sleeps next to her. Minutes ago, she had just finished ordering DoorDash and has all the lights on while she waits. The last roommate to mention is Beth, whose room is on the 1st floor, directly below the living room. As most of them all sleep, Kohberger pulls into the neighborhood for the first time this night at precisely 3:30 a.m. We know this due to a home security camera that captures the intersection and records the coming and going of anybody that enters that neighborhood. As we continue, Kohberger drives past the home and notices that all the lights on the 2nd floor are still on. He drives on and loops around the apartment complex building. Because of the home security timestamp, we're able to know how long it took to drive this path. On his first pass, it took him 2 minutes and 38 seconds, and this is him leaving on the first pass. Now let's look at his next 2 passes and record the times. This is pass 2 of him entering and leaving. And now this is pass 3 of him entering and leaving. When we do the math, we can see how long he took each pass. The last 2 passes were normal without any stopping, but on his first pass, he took an additional 42 seconds to creep by the house, or even stop for a time to stare into the windows with the lights on. All this information has been coming from camera A. But there is a second camera located behind the apartment complex building, and we're going to call that camera B, located here. This camera allows us to see how long it took to get from point A to point B, and between the 3 security cameras' data, it took between 35 and 37 seconds. What this means is you didn't stop or park somewhere or go into a different direction. He simply drove straight from point A to point B at regular speed. These times help us understand the DoorDash delivery window. According to court documents, 2 times are noted. One is 3:59 a.m. and the other is 4 a.m. Bringing back our passage chart, we can see that the DoorDash time of 3:59 happens after Kohberger has left the neighborhood and before he returns for his last pass at 4:04. It is possible that the DoorDash driver saw Kohberger as he was parking his car, because a timestamp of 3:59 could be reflected when he took the photo of the food at the front door instead of the time he arrived. So it is possible he witnessed Kohberger staring at the windows as he drove by. Continuing, as the driver leaves, Xana turns off all the lights, sits on her bed, and scrolls on her phone as she eats her food. A few minutes later, Kohberger enters the neighborhood for the last time. But this time, as he drives by the home, he sees all the lights are off. At the camera B location, he turns around to head back to the residence as shown in this video. When he returns to the front of the house, he does something unusual, so much so that it's noted in the arrest affidavit. On page 6, it states, "When the suspect vehicle 1 is in front of Kings Road residence, it appeared to unsuccessfully attempt to park or turn around in the road." It goes on to say that he continued onto the intersection where he did a 3-point turn. This 3-point turn was captured on camera A, which has a timestamp of 4:06. He appears to be calm and not overly anxious with his driving. As he heads back in the direction of the residence, he takes one last look at the windows to make sure all the lights are off. As he begins to drive around the end of the apartment complex, camera B records the time of 4:07. Fast forwarding a little bit, Kohberger drives to the back parking lot away from other residences. He takes a few minutes looking around and sees that nobody is out and that all is quiet. He eventually grabs his things, gets out of the vehicle, and begins walking to the back of the home. At approximately 4:13 a.m., he begins to make entry. As he steps in, he takes a minute to make sure everything is quiet and that nobody is truly up. He walks to the entrance of the living room and looks around. He continues to be cautious and stands there listening. Feeling confident, he continues upstairs. As he makes his way to Maddie's room, the time is about 4:14. Meanwhile, 2 minutes later, Xana takes a break from TikTok and walks into the kitchen. Evidence shows her activity on the app stopped at 4:16. As she enters the kitchen, she's a little shocked to see the sliding glass door wide open. And at the same time, she hears a serious commotion going on upstairs. Hey everyone, I don't usually ask, but I'm building a small production company to bring you more exciting stories, and I'd love your support. If you'd like to help out and get some cool perks, as Xana's phone recorded steps. Picking up where we left off, a source revealed that Xana's phone recorded steps and elevation change, which is how it's known she went to the kitchen and the 3rd floor. When she walked up to Maddie's doorway, she interrupted Kohberger, who had just finished an intense battle with Kaylee, who fought back violently. After a second or two, he notices her, and then she turns away. Being dark, Xana didn't realize what she was seeing other than a shadowy figure. Out of fear, she quickly leaves. A single source, unaffiliated with the media, claims Kohberger injured Xana on the 3rd floor hallway, leaving evidence of blood there.
See, there's one of the sources she got from the Dateline, a source not affiliated with the media. You hear that? Someone was leaking information because there's the beer pong table. Xana is walking right past the beer pong table. And we know that Bethany and Dylan heard the beer pong cups actually fall off the table.
But this single source of information has not been validated by any more sources. Continuing, Kohberger, without thinking, pursues her all the way to her room, not realizing he had dropped the sheath of his knife. When he gets to the room, he attacks Xana, and the time is precisely 4:17:30. We know this because of camera A captured the sound of screaming and the thud. After attacking Xana, Kohberger focuses his attention on Ethan and attacks him while he slept. Afterwards, Kohberger must have sat down in a chair according to a report, which found blood smears on Xana's chair, perhaps from the exhaustion of what he had just done. This source also says that blood from the two roommates upstairs were found in Xana's room, showing that it was one person moving from one room to another. Kohberger sitting down was for less than 30 seconds. As he gets up to leave, Dylan, hearing the commotion from Xana's room, gets up out of bed and goes to her door to look out into the hallway. She freezes and sees Kohberger as he walks by and exits through the kitchen. She immediately closes and locks her door and retreats to her bed. Within 20 seconds of the encounter, she's calling and texting her roommates, but no one is responding. It takes Kohberger a minute and a half to get to his vehicle after the encounter with Dylan. But once in his car, he flees the scene at a high rate of speed and exits the neighborhood at 4:20. Dylan continues trying to reach someone in the house. And after 3 minutes of trying, Bethany wakes up in response to the calls. They converse for 3 minutes, and then Beth convinces Dylan to come downstairs. The time is now 4:26 a.m. Cautiously, Dylan walks into the hallway and through the living room. As she approaches the staircase, she can see into Xana's room and sees her laying on the floor. She then runs quickly downstairs to Beth's room, where they lock the door and for several hours continuously try contacting the other roommates. Back to when Kohberger left the neighborhood, he drove a particular route that would exit onto a road that leads straight to Washington state line. And about that same time that Dylan runs to Beth's room, Kohberger is entering Washington state. This is all part of Kohberger's pre-planning, including finding a place to stop and get rid of any evidence. This place here fits that planning. This area here, pointed out by the arrow, is a little group of trees with a small area that you can park a car on. This is what it looks like from the road. At 4:30 in the morning, while changing clothes and getting cleaned up at this location, one could feel completely safe while being able to see the headlights of a car coming from miles away. As this pivots around, you can see how this is out in the middle of nowhere, and a pre-dug hole near some of these trees would hide forever any evidence that Kohberger was trying to get rid of. It's important to remember that Kohberger was studying criminal behavior and the legal system. This would have motivated him to plan things to the smallest of details, like plastic on the seats to conceal DNA, or crossing state lines because the jurisdiction of one area would take hours to get assistance from the other. He's also smart enough to know that this 10-minute stop would likely never be on the radar of the authorities, especially after he crosses back into Idaho and then turns his phone back on. Let's pick back up where we left off at his 10-minute stop. He continues on with his plan, knowing that he's completely cleaned up and that there's no evidence to tie him to any of the crime if he were pulled over at this point. After getting on Highway 95 and turning south, he turns his phone back on at 4:48 a.m. This section of Kohberger's travels comes from his cell phone data extraction. Let's orientate ourselves onto this map and get a better understanding of the timing. Kohberger leaves Kings Road residence at 4:21 a.m. Just 8 minutes later, he arrives at his stopping point where he gets rid of all the evidence. After the cleanup, he then drives back into Idaho and turns his phone back on, which occurs near a town named Blaine. This was referenced in the arrest affidavit along with the next town called Uniontown. The last place to reference is where he's seen on cameras near his apartment at 5:25 a.m. Using Google tools, we can get accurate timing information. This entire route took 54 minutes. If we add the 10 minutes stopping time to that, it would be an hour and 4 minutes. Now, if you add that hour and 4 minutes to the time he left King Road, it would equal 5:25 a.m., the same time the camera captures him on the cameras near Washington State University. The last thing to compare is this part of the route, which has a reported time of 38 minutes to drive without any stopping. Bringing back the time record and adding in the second leg information of 38 minutes, we can now add that time to when he turned his phone back on, which was at 4:48 a.m. After adding the 38 minutes to that time, it gives us 5:26 a.m., nearly the same time that was captured on the campus cameras.
That's it. She was making noise. I mean, she was stabbed a lot of times, you guys. And Ted Bundy did worse in less time. And Ted Bundy didn't have a kill knife. Those knives are meant to kill. There's no other purpose for those knives other than to kill. They were designed to kill. We have a new article I wanted to show. We're going to read this really quick. From the Idaho Statesman, and they have a YouTube channel where they're doing the investigative reporters are actually like going over what they know and what they've learned. Like the Idaho Statesman is talking to this Thompson. So just days after sentencing, in the most closely watched and scrutinized case of Bill Thompson's decades-long legal career, he acknowledged that prosecuting Brian Kohberger might not have been possible if the killer had not left his DNA at the crime scene. Without that critical piece of evidence, Thompson told the Idaho Statesman in a phone interview, the state could have struggled to bring charges, let alone make an arrest of its only suspect. From our perspective as prosecutors, the DNA was critical to the strength of the case for trial purposes. After sentencing, lead investigator, Moscow Police Corporal Brett Payne, expressed confidence that law enforcement would have ultimately arrived at Kohberger. James Fry, former police chief, told the Statesman the same, though admitted that the timeline likely would have extended by as much as several months before an arrest. There are a lot of white Hyundai Elantras out there, Thompson said, but if they stuck with it, eventually they would have found Mr. Kohberger's car and made that preliminary connection. It wasn't until investigators confirmed the paternal DNA match from trash retrieved at Kohberger's parents that he felt the team had the evidence they needed to seek an arrest warrant. And trying to prove Kohberger's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt without the link through his DNA, in addition to no known motive and no murder weapon, could have been an insurmountable at trial. Yeah, I think that's fair to say, said Thompson. We didn't have to make that decision. Kohberger was sentenced last week. A number of questions remain in a case that generated international attention, including for Thompson, who was involved from the investigation's first day. Before then, he'd not visited that home or college neighborhood in Moscow, but he stands the resolution of the case, which led to his putting off his retirement. An example of what's still a mystery, the order of the 4 victims' deaths is not entirely clear, Thompson said. But he and investigators believe Goncalves or Mogen might have been Kohberger's intended target because it appears he entered the home and immediately went to the 3rd floor where the attacks occurred. And as alleged by Goncalves' older sister, Kohberger may have used a second weapon in the murders. Her injuries included a horizontal pattern, but that didn't break the skin and weren't fatal. There were injuries that appeared to have been caused by something other than the knife, although it could have been the knife. I don't think we can exclude that there was an additional weapon involved. Autopsy reports are confidential in Washington, he noted, but he shared generally that the toxicology results for the 4 victims, which have not been released, show varying levels of alcohol intoxication and no evidence of any illegal drug use. Just 2 of the 4, Goncalves and Kernodle, had defensive wounds. Among the people police interviewed during the investigation was a woman who drove for DoorDash and brought an order of Jack in the Box to Kernodle at about 4 a.m. After an unrelated traffic stop in 2024, she told Pullman police that she expected to testify and believed she saw Brian and had parked next to him. Thompson confirmed her identification and said prosecutors intended to call her as a witness had there been a trial, but only to help establish the timeline of the murders. Based on neighborhood video surveillance, the woman did not come across Kohberger or his car, he said. Instead, she likely saw a light-colored SUV. Payne wrote in a police report after he interviewed the driver. The vehicle and person she saw that she thought might be the killer is not Mr. Kohberger, Thompson said. That was a different vehicle, a different person at a slightly different time from what investigators were able to see in the video. The only person to see Kohberger that morning was Dylan, one of the surviving roommates. He walked towards her carrying a container of some kind. Investigators still don't know what he had in his hands, but said her recollection was consistent over several interviews. She also reported the man in the home, later identified as Kohberger, saw her after killing her roommates, but left anyway. From what Dylan described, I have a hard time imagining the killer did not see Dylan, Thompson said. At that point, he'd been in the house longer than he planned, and he had killed more than he planned. It wouldn't surprise us that the killer was scared at that point and decided he had to leave, not knowing if law enforcement had already been called. Thompson initially said the prosecution intended to call as witnesses at trial 2 members of Kohberger's immediate family. The defense won a ruling from Judge Hippler to allow his parents and 2 older sisters to attend trial if they choose. Thompson and his team considered calling Kohberger's older sister Amanda and either his mother or father. Kohberger's parents attended the plea hearing earlier this month, while his mother and Amanda were present for sentencing. I've never seen that photo before. As we continue, As we continued to review them as potential witnesses, we decided that they just simply weren't the best witnesses to show what was going on. The parents were understandably protective of their son, and the sister didn't really seem to have anything specific she could contribute. Really? Are you serious right now? Those family members were interviewed by investigators in January 2024. They also spoke with law enforcement immediately following the raid and arrest of Kohberger at his parents' home in Pennsylvania in late December 2022. None of which was shared was substantially incriminating, during those discussions, which Thompson called casual conversation. To the extent you have casual conversation when the police execute a search warrant in the middle of the night. Taken from the home were dozens of items, IDs inside a glove, inside of a box, which ended up being 2 women, co-workers or acquaintances from several years earlier. Both the individuals were contacted by investigators. They don't know how Kohberger ended up with these items, and they had not been harmed or threatened. What investigators never recovered was a knife sharpener he bought on Amazon, and they never found the knife. However, they intended to present a K-bar and sheath for demonstrative purposes, and investigators replicated what Amazon records showed he had done. Wow. Can you imagine being put on death row and they literally replicate your purchase instead of being able to show it? Jeez. If the defense had not contacted the prosecutors about a plea deal, Thompson said he was confident in their evidence to obtain a conviction. The prosecution absolutely would have tried to get it if the case had gone to trial, meaning the death penalty. With the Kohberger case now finished, Thompson plans to reassess his remaining time as in office. He already considered retiring last year, but felt compelled to see the prosecution of Kohberger through. I simply couldn't walk away. I couldn't leave office, he said. Yeah. This case, it was too important. The stakes were too high. So I ran for re-election and nobody ran against me. I can't imagine why. Whatever. They needed Thompson on there. They needed all the UI people. They needed and wanted Megan Marshall. They needed and wanted Judge. I'm so glad they moved it. Yeah, it's weird. Like, oh, we're going to replicate his purchases and show you what we say he did. But we really did it. But we're showing you what he did. That's confusing to a jury. That was a mess. What a mess. What a mess. Well, thank you guys for sticking around. We got done with this today. And I know, thank God. Thank God. And thank God that the freaking FBI ripped it away from them when they did. Because if that would have gotten ruined and, you know, such a small amount of DNA, I don't know how many times they can mess with it, you know. What, Mike? Think about what? Oh, they replicated the house too. Think about it. Yeah. Crazy town. All right, guys, I'm out of here. I'm going to run our credits. Thank you for being here. We got out our tinfoil hats for a little bit today, so put them in the bin on your way out. And if you're new and haven't subscribed and you like what you see here today, consider subscribing. And as always, hit that thumbs up. And thank you for your support. I'm going to thank you by running our credits. And thank you, Flo. And thank you, everybody that was here modding today. I know it's been a long live, 4 hours and 23 minutes. But it'll be up for replay. Bye, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed this live stream or video, make sure to give it a thumbs up and hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on my latest content. Want to take it a step further?
Bring it all in.
And join our community clickers by becoming a Patreon or a YouTube member. You'll get exclusive access to our Discord server, special channel perks, and much more. Until then, I'll see you in the next one.
Click. It's real easy, man.